Exercise 1. Research on the universality of facial expressions suggests that the socialization of affect involves interactions between situational variables and a finite repertoire of human emotions, whose meanings are at least roughly synonymous among all members of the species. At the same time, Izard's formulation of affective cognitive structures shows that emotions are in reality not separable from the particular circumstances that are associated with them. The fact that it is possible to construct a list of basic, universally recognizable emotions derives not only from a species-specific repertoire of facial expressions, but perhaps more fundamentally from a larger set of human expressive behaviors, including laughter and crying, as well as bodily movements and postures. These behaviors, for which a universal capacity exists, are also, without exception, carried out in particular circumstances. As elements in the human communicative function, they create the necessity of response from the environment, while also being shaped by it. To use Lewis's terms, the contextual reality of emotional expression transforms state into experience. Exercise 2. Changes are often useful. People want to see new emails, better search results, and new news stories, but they can disrupt the user's ability to re-find information. As an example, dynamic menus were developed to help people access menu items faster by bubbling common items into the top of the menu. Rather than decreasing access time, research revealed dynamic menus actually slow their users down because commonly sought items no longer appear where expected. As another example, some researchers tried to help people search better by giving them lists of relevant sentences that were dynamically re-ranked based on implicit feedback gathered during the search process. To the researchers' surprise, people did not enjoy the search experience as much or perform as well as they did when the sentence list was static. Similarly, a large-scale analysis of query logs revealed that when people repeat queries, they are significantly less likely to click on a result they've clicked before if the result's rank has changed, and significantly slower to click when they do. Exercise 3. Verbal metaphors help make our language more colorful and expressive. They influence how we think about something, but they do not change the thing itself. Interface metaphors play a more fundamental role in how we experience and interact with the technological world, affecting function as well as feeling. The metaphor that is chosen for an interface shapes how it can be used. When we put computer files into folders, these metaphoric constructs help us think about the way information is organized in our machine, but they also constrain what we can do with it. Interface metaphors also influence the feel of the experience, the emotional and aesthetic response we have to our interactions with and via the machine. The desktop metaphor calls to mind office work, secretaries, bosses, quarterly plans, and cubicles. It was developed in the late 1970s and early 1980s, when office work was seen as the primary use for personal computers. The desktop image certainly is appropriate for that setting. However, it is less appropriate when we use the computer as an entertainment center or as the locus of our social life. Interface metaphors need to fit both the feel and function of the application. Exercise 4. Many news media studies use experimental designs to see whether citizens' opinions are influenced by different news content. For example, in one study, researchers created newspaper stories to frame the death penalty in different ways. One story constructed the death penalty as an affront to moral values, the morality frame, whereas another story emphasized that the policy was fundamentally flawed because innocent people might be executed, the innocence frame. Some subjects read the story with the morality frame, and others read the one with the innocent frame. Some subjects read the story with the morality frame, and others read the one with the innocence frame. Subjects then completed a questionnaire that asked them to list the important factors they considered when determining their opinion on the death penalty. It was found that subjects exposed to the innocence frame were more likely to mention innocence-related considerations as important factors in determining their attitudes toward the death penalty than subjects presented with the morality frame. Thus, the news frames shape the ingredients of the subject's death penalty attitudes. Exercise 5. The knowledge problem is most evident when we discuss our ability to predict that which has not yet been observed. Most people would say that they know the sun will rise tomorrow. However, can we call this a certainty? It seems very likely, but it has also been predicted that the time will come when the sun runs out of fuel, swells massively, and consumes the earth. We don't know if this prediction is true, but it is consistent with our best understanding, and we cannot rule it out. It is also possible that the Earth will explode due to some internal process with its molten core, which we had not anticipated. A massive comet that our telescopes have not observed may crash into the Earth and destroy the planet. These examples seem a bit extreme, but consider the 230,000 people who died in the tsunami in Sumatra in 2004, which resulted from an undersea megathrust earthquake that had not been anticipated. The most reasonable prediction on that day was that it would be an average day, like so many days before it, not that a massive wave was going to destroy many thousands of lives. Tragically, such was the case. Exercise 6. Accepting or being at peace with things isn't easy. It takes time, patience, and a fair dose of courage. True acceptance isn't about trying to make something go away, as in, if I accept this, then it will go away. That's a good way to get dispirited when the problem, the thing, doesn't go away. Using acceptance to make something go away is actually non-acceptance masquerading as acceptance in order to get rid of that towards which you have a negative attitude. Rather than getting dispirited, we would be better to notice what happens when we fight with a situation or experience. It escalates. We could then wonder what would happen if we stopped fighting with it. Through true acceptance, the impact of such experiences starts to diminish, and in their own time, these experiences impact us less often. It's as if we've been visited by a stray dog that keeps coming back because we keep feeding it. But soon it loses interest and goes away when it is not being fed. Attention is the food that keeps it coming back. Exercise 7. There are two classic problems that give us mathematically proper ways to evaluate coincidences. One is a counterintuitive poser, the birthday problem, which tells us that in any group of 23 people, the odds are better than even that two people in the group will have the same birthday. The other is the monkey problem, which asks, if given a large enough amount of time, could a monkey, randomly hitting the keys of a computer keyboard, write the first line of a Shakespeare sonnet? These two problems, along with the law of large numbers, the theory of hidden variables, and the law of truly large numbers, give us a reasonable understanding of why coincidences happen far more frequently than we expect. This last law, the law of truly large numbers, is a philosophical adage. In a nutshell, it tells us that if there is any likelihood that something could happen, no matter how small, it's bound to happen at some time. It's not a theorem that can be proven. After all, I use the phrase bound to happen, which is as ambiguous as any phrase can be. But it gives a sense of just how common coincidences are. Exercise 8. The phrase image scanning refers to the cognitive processes that operate on visual mental images when a person moves his or her attention across imagined objects. The first image scanning paradigm was designed to investigate the spatial properties of images. In the original experiment, participants memorized drawings of elongated objects, such as a tower. They were then asked to visualize one of the objects and to focus at one of its ends, for example, the bottom of the tower. Lastly, participants heard the name of a feature on the object, e.g., a flag, and they had to look for it. Participants were not instructed to scan their image, but were simply told to focus on the original location until the probe was delivered, and then to focus on the named part or feature. They pressed one button when they had focused on the named part, and another button if they failed to find it. The critical finding was that response times increased linearly with increasing distances from the focus point to the named part of the object. This finding was taken as evidence that distance, as traversed by image scanning, is genuinely represented in visual mental images. Exercise 9. Social media's transformation into an e-commerce platform is a significant milestone that enabled it to become a platform for organizations. Social media was initially and mainly used for communication with friends and family. But with the popularity of some platforms, social media has turned into a vital tool for businesses seeking to sell their products online. Social media is now used by businesses to promote their products and offerings, as well as provide a direct shopping option for buyers. Influencer marketing is another way that social media has evolved into a platform for businesses. Influencers are those users who have a sizable social media following and are recognized as authorities or thought leaders in their specialized field. Influencer marketing allows businesses to reach the user's followers who are more likely to trust suggestions from people they follow on social media. Exercise 10. One way we stop listening is when we start preparing a response to what the other person has just said, often immediately after they have started speaking. For example, imagine you're in a meeting with your manager who tells you that a reorganization is coming soon, and you and your team are going to be moved under a lower level manager. As soon as you hear that news, you stop listening, and your mind goes into high gear. You start thinking of ways to convince your manager not to let that happen. You think of how much you don't like the manager you are about to be moved under, and you prepare to tell your manager that you are incompatible with the new person. You fear your career is starting a downward spiral. Meanwhile, your manager has continued talking, laying out the rationale for the decision, and explaining why this is a good move for both you and your team. Unfortunately, you stopped listening, so you missed everything beyond "you are going to be moved to." When you prepare your response as the other person is talking, you are missing out on hearing what the other person is sharing with you. Exercise 11. Many marketers believe that buying should be regarded as a process whereby buyers attempt to reduce the risk of a purchase decision, rather than maximizing their gain. When a person is faced with competing brands in a new product field, they feel risk. For example, uncertainty about whether the brand will work, whether they will be wasting money, whether their peer group will disagree with their choice, or whether they will feel comfortable with the purchase, etc. Successful brand marketing should therefore be concerned with understanding buyers' perceptions of risk, followed by developing and presenting the brand in such a way that buyers feel minimal risk. An example of an industry appreciating perceived risk is the pharmaceutical industry. A company marketing a new drug suitable for children needs to consider the parents' concerns about risk. One company launching such a product worked with a series of pain specialists in pediatric hospitals, providing clinical data and product trials so that specialist endorsement of the brand would reassure parents and help minimize their perception of risk. Exercise 12. For the longest time, it was debated how bees computed the distance to their nectar, but we have now figured it out. The bee is actually approximating distance by measuring the amount of visual stimuli it receives on the trip. Imagine this setup. You take a paper towel tube, split it open, and paint a bunch of tiny trees all along the inside. Then you tape it back up and put the tube at the door of the hive so that the bees must fly through it to exit. Bug scientists discovered that while the bee only flies 10 inches through the tube, from its point of view, it just flew through an entire forest. If the scientists put a nectar source right at the end of the tube, the bee would fly 10 inches to it, but go back and report that there is nectar a whole forest away. This was confirmed by removing the tube, then putting tiny little RFIDs on the backs of the bees that saw the dance of the tricked bee and went on to overshoot the location by a mile. So the bee is really just a simple little robot driven by cunning algorithms. Exercise 1. To illustrate the benefits of simplifying the observer's job, consider psychologist William Icke's research, Everyday Mind Reading. One way he studies such mind reading is by having two strangers interact. He tapes the interaction and then has each participant view the tape. Participants are to stop the tape at different points and say what they are thinking. Then participants see the tape again and are to stop it at different points and write down what their interaction partner was thinking at that point. Observers rate the degree to which the participants' guess about what the partner was thinking matches what the partner was actually thinking. Icke could have had observers make their judgments on a 0, not at all, to 100, completely scale. However, he had observers use a 3-point scale, which 0 being essentially different content, 1 being similar but not the same content, and 2 being essentially the same content. By using fewer categories, raters found the job of rating easier and were able to make reliable ratings. Exercise 2. Instinct is the most difficult of the motivation words to define. At the everyday level, it is used often. For example, a sports commentator might say, "He made that pass instinctively." This means that the pass was made easily, automatically, with great skill, and with a seemingly intuitive knowledge of the state of the game. However, at a technical level, the word refers to behaviors that are built in, always appear in a similar form, and are specific to a species. So, a spider builds a web instinctively, and a bird's mating display might be instinctive. It is unlikely, though, that there is any equivalent instinctive behavior in human beings. Some people might argue that a mother's reaction to her newly born child is instinctive. but certainly not all mothers react in the same way, and even when they do, they express it in myriad forms. In general, instinct has been found to be a not very useful construct in giving accounts of the why of behavior. Exercise 3. An indication of the power of TV to capture people's memory is provided by the results of a study by James Ost and coworkers, who approached people in an English shopping center and asked if they would be willing to participate in a study examining how well people can remember tragic events. The target event involved Princess Diana and her companion Dodi Fayed, whose deaths in a car crash in Paris on August 31, 1997, were widely covered on British television. Participants were asked to respond to the following statement. Have you seen the paparazzi's video recording of the car crash in which Diana, Princess of Wales, and Dodi Fayed lost their lives? Of the 45 people who responded to this question, 20 said they had seen the film. This was, however, impossible, because no such film exists. The car crash was reported on TV, but not actually shown. The extensive media coverage of this event apparently caused some people to remember something, seeing the film, that didn't actually occur. Exercise 4. Our political decisions are determined by how the options are framed, and this mechanism can make a mockery of the feeling that our democratic choices proceed by ordering our desires or preferences. Political conversation evokes a range of loosely connected attitudes. In 3 successive years, researchers from the General Social Survey asked whether we were spending too much, too little, or about the right amount on a variety of government programs. In each year, 20 to 25% of the respondents said that too little was being spent on welfare, but 63 to 65% said that too little was being spent on assistance to the poor. Once again, if our democratic choices were based on the ranking of preferences, our decisions wouldn't be affected differently by the terms welfare and assistance to the poor. But these two concepts could certainly tap into different aspects of our attitudes toward this assistance. And we may resist these findings because they conflict with a story we hold dear about free will and choice, in this case, democratic choice. Exercise 5. Computing the sum of average of several positive and negative values indeed lies within the normal repertoire of what elementary circuits of neurons can do without consciousness. Even a monkey can learn to make a decision based on the total value brought about by a series of arbitrary shapes, and the firing of parietal neurons keeps track of the sum. In my laboratory, we proved that approximate addition is within grasp of the human unconscious. In one experiment, we flashed a series of 5 arrows and asked subjects whether more arrows were pointing right or pointing left. When the arrows were made invisible by masking, participants were asked to guess, and indeed, they thought that they were responding randomly. But in reality, they continued to do much better than chance would predict. Signals from their parietal cortex gave evidence that their brain was unconsciously computing the approximate sum of the overall evidence. The arrows were subjectively invisible, but they still made their way into the brain's weighting and decision systems. Exercise 6. It has often been noted that men of genius have bad memories, and that persons having extraordinary memories, like Cardinal Mezzofanti, have little else. The truth is that there are 2 quite distinct kinds of memory: the memory for external facts and words, apart from their significance, and the memory for spiritual facts and principles. The man of genius, who may have no special reason for cultivating the lower kind of memory, may even find it rather a hindrance than a help. His prayer is, "Let not my heart forget the things my eyes have seen." So long as his heart retains the significance of the facts he has seen and the words he has heard, he is willing to let the words and the facts go, as a man casts away the shells after he has eaten the oysters. The well-informed person commonly differs from the man of genius in this, that he carries about with him all the shells of all the oysters he has ever eaten, and that his soul has grown thin under the burden. Exercise 7. The scientific process is invariably nonlinear and can be long and drawn out, with hypotheses sitting on the shelf until the time has come to dust them down, if that ever finally arrives. Sometimes you sit waiting for the tide to come in, but it never actually does. For every new theory and paper, there are many that fell by the wayside for lack of time, funding, or data. Like the music industry, the hits are few and far between and don't always come when or from where you expect. It's important not to be discouraged by this. The fact that not every idea comes to fruition isn't a good reason to have fewer of them. Scientific breakthroughs ultimately depend on people working away without the immediate reward of achieving anything tangible, trying things that don't work but might still be useful, and devising bits of a solution that won't be relevant until some undefined point in the future. Such patience is the bedrock on which progress is eventually achieved, stitched together from all those loose bits of fabric that could so easily have been discarded. Exercise 8. Contingency implies selection and uncertainty. It means that there are a number of possible options to choose from, and our decisions could always be different. However, algorithms by definition do not know uncertainty. They do not choose between possibilities, nor are they creative, being designed to follow the instructions that program their behavior. In this sense, algorithms are not contingent, which is why they can operate so efficiently and reliably. Just like traditional machines, we expect algorithms to be neither unpredictable nor idiosyncratic, even when they deliver information. Different watches should all indicate the same time to all users if they work properly. As von Foester observed, if the outcome of a traditional machine becomes unpredictable, we do not think that it is creative or original. We think that it is broken. We do not care about the moods nor the perspectives of machines, only about their results. We repair them precisely to restore their predictability. Exercise 9. Pleasure as conscious enjoyment of our sensory endowment, enhanced by the capacity both to anticipate and to remember it, heightens enjoyment in the moment of listening to music, eating good food, dancing, swimming, sunbathing, and so variously on. Enjoyment in the moment is the greater for not being subjected to intellectual analysis as it occurs. Obviously, we do better to leave it to unfold as purely itself. But it is equally obvious that reflection on the nature and sources of pleasure is not irrelevant to their best enjoyment. The pleasure of a half-hour listening to music is the greater because the music was chosen. The quality of sound reproduction is good. Anticipation and expectation were engaged, and one prepared oneself to listen. Think of the informative contrast here, how pain or discomfort is exacerbated by fearful anticipation. The tense dental patient who has been dreading to drill for days has a worse time than a relaxed patient. The key to seeing pleasure as a good is to see how it fits into an overall conception of the life worth living. This is how the ill consequences of certain types of pleasures of the moment discount them as options. Exercise 10. The sciences do make extensive use of idealizations. The ideal gas law describes the relationship of pressure, volume, and temperature of gases under conditions that never perfectly obtain. In particular, it makes simplifying assumptions about the molecules making up gases. For example, that they do not attract or repel one another and do not themselves take a volume. The molecules of real gases are not like this, but their behavior is nonetheless close enough to ideal ones that the gas law is useful. Indeed, there are philosophers of science who argue that this is the best way to think about scientific theories in general. They are best regarded as models that are precisely accurate only under conditions that are never entirely realized. Even on such views, however, the theories are still meant to be descriptive. They are to be used to make predictions and offer explanations about the behavior of gases or whatever phenomena are at issue in real situations. There are accordingly constraints as to how idealized they can be. They cannot be so far removed from real-world systems as to be worthless in describing actual phenomena with acceptable degrees of accuracy. Exercise 11. What is true is that regret happens when we view a large world problem like a small world problem. In a small world, where all choices, consequences, and probabilities are known, we can be certain about how much we would have won if only we had picked a different horse in a race or chosen different numbers in the lottery. However, in a large world where not all choices, consequences, and probabilities are known, we can never truly compare the choices we made with those we didn't make. We can never know what would have happened if we had taken another job, or married another person, or moved to another city, because those scenarios don't play out without us. So, when we conjure up regrets about what might have been, we are comparing what we know to what we don't know. What's worse is that, much like the upward social comparisons we make on social media, we torture ourselves with how the realities of our situation stack up against an imagined ideal. Exercise 12. The emotional tenor of our conversations may be particularly important in a child's early years. Indeed, family dialogues from decades past may still be influencing your mental health today. To understand why, we need a quick primer on the development of our autobiographical memories. In the first few years of life, most children can remember only the slimmest pieces of their experiences: the feel of sand on the beach, and the prick of a needle in a doctor's surgery. These may get more detailed as the child learns more and more vocabulary, but they largely disconnected from each other. They remain isolated sketches of single events. It is only after years of development that the child can slot their recollections into a narrative that has a coherent structure. By the end of adolescence, that narrative may adopt the form of a novel. The teen will start to recognize key events as turning points, with new chapters that represent new eras. The psychologist Dan McAdams at Northwestern University in Illinois describes this as the transition from actor to author. Exercise 1. There is evidence that low self-esteem people are less evaluatively consistent in their self-descriptions. When Campbell and Fair examined how subjects rated themselves on sets of adjectives that were either uniformly positive or uniformly negative, subjects with low self-esteem not only gave ratings that were, on average, less positive or more negative, but their ratings within each set exhibited more individual scatter or greater variance. High self-esteem subjects strongly and consistently endorsed the positive adjectives and rejected the negative adjectives. Low self-esteem subjects did not, in contrast, strongly and consistently endorse the negative adjectives and reject the positive adjectives. Rather, they gave more intermediate ratings and more variable ratings to both types of adjectives. Therefore, it appears that low and high self-esteem individuals differ not only in the average positivity of their self-views, but also in the extent to which their self-views are evaluatively consistent with one another. Exercise 2. The power and value of being literate in a literate society are played out every day around the world. Many individuals, and in fact whole societies, make considerable sacrifices to become literate, just as others take it for granted. Societies that do not practice literate behavior are often squalid, undernourished in mind and body, repressive of human rights and dignity, brutal, and harsh. Present-day examples are easy to list, but in fact, this has always been the case. As Samuel Johnson observed more than 2 centuries ago, the mass of every people must be barbarous where there is no printing. We admit that various forms of barbarity can be found in all societies, but they are much more prevalent where literate behavior is absent. Literacy and quality of life go hand in hand. With literacy comes the power of belonging to a privileged group and the freedom that derives from that power. Frederick Douglass, who struggled as a slave to learn to read, said it best, "Once you learn to read, you will be forever free." Exercise 3. Culturally shared views of the self have been suggested to have profound influences on basic attention processes. In desires and personal goals, and therefore they may be expected to focus their attention on events that are relevant to such desires and goals. In Western cultures, individuals are encouraged to discover their internal attributes, such as desires and personal goals, and therefore they may be expected to focus their attention on events that are relevant to such desires and goals. As a result, their attention may become focused. This cognitive style, which is anchored in a focal object in lieu of its context, has been called analytic. In contrast, in Eastern cultures, individuals are more attuned to various aspects of ever-important social relations, and, as a consequence, they may be expected to attend more broadly to a focal object as well as to its surrounding context, drawing inferences about the relationship between the object and its context. This mode of cognition has been called holistic. These predictions have been borne out. For example, when presented with an animated vignette of an underwater scene and subsequently asked to remember what they saw, European Americans were more likely to recall focal objects, whereas Japanese were more likely to refer to contextual information as well as relationships between the focal objects. Exercise 4. When a patient chooses to buy, he or she becomes a part of demand. Wanting to buy drugs, plastic surgery, artificial hip, etc., but not doing so leaves that potential patient invisible, part of latent demand that does not effectively participate in the market. That extra demand will be revealed if the price goes low enough. For example, consider the development of an artificial heart. If each heart costs $1 million, they would only be used in matters of life and death. If further development reduced the cost of artificial hearts to $100,000 each, more people would get them. The artificial hearts would still be used only for people with serious illnesses, but they might be implanted long before a person's natural heart gave out. If the cost of making an artificial heart dropped to $100, one would be readily available to anyone who needed it. Consider what would happen if the cost of an artificial heart dropped to $10 and could be easily implanted during a 15-minute visit to the doctor. Some people who had never been ill but were just worried might have new hearts implanted. Exercise 5. Historians do more than select and interpret evidence. They also organize the evidence in order to create an understandable, and they hope, persuasive narrative. Chronological order is generally part of making history plausible, especially when the causes of change are central. Although, in practice, much historical writing must go back and forth in time in order to pick up various threads of a complex story. Historians also make events understandable by casting them in a particular light or giving their narrative a particular tone. For example, a historian might highlight historical ironies, such as the way President George W. Bush once criticized nation building, in which the U.S. rebuilds a country's economic and political structure when its government fails. But later, as a consequence of launching a war in Iraq, Bush had to attempt exactly that. Historians can also romanticize events, as did those who described John F. Kennedy's term as president as Camelot, alluding to a Broadway musical about the heroic King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Similarly, one historian may view a certain chain of events as improvement, while another may perceive it as a decline. These are just a few of the ways historians may make narrative sense of history. Exercise 6. Prestige is a particular form of status that only humans recognize. Most animals observe the advantages of dominance, such as being the most powerful or aggressive individual, and these are also important for humans. Fearsome warriors are celebrated universally. Prestige is almost the opposite. Prestigious individuals are ones worthy of learning from. They are experts, older people. And if someone has prestige in one field, they become high-status individuals, and their influence won't be limited to their field. We are likely to copy all their decisions. Indeed, prestige may have evolved as a way to enhance the benefits of cultural transmission. Success in one area of life affords someone the status of general opinion leader. We want to learn from successful individuals, or even simply be associated with them in some way, so that their reputation rubs off on us. That's why a golfing hero can sell you a watch. Exercise 7. Emotions can be used to refer to the unconscious, neurobiological response, while feelings are the cognitive assignments we make to those emotions. This is undoubtedly a much more complicated dynamic, and there is a great degree of highly detailed information explaining the interworking of these two. However, the most noteworthy application of the distinction between emotion and feeling is that human beings have some ability to cognitively assign, that is, to think about and make a decision about, just what a given emotion we experience might mean. This can be more easily grasped when thinking about a more concrete exemplar, ancient war drums. Most would agree that hearing a beating war drum does not lead one to pick a side in a given conflict. A beating war drum merely helps one march more energetically on whichever side was chosen to begin with. The neurobiological experience set off by the auditory sensation of the drums causes one to feel more energy toward a given end and step more quickly. Perhaps Shakespeare knew something of this when he wrote Timon's words, "Follow thy drum." Exercise 8. The key to unlocking the agricultural potential of Mesopotamia lay in irrigation. Early Mesopotamians, particularly the Sumerians, were pioneers in developing sophisticated irrigation techniques. They constructed canals, dikes, and reservoirs to control the flow of the rivers, diverting water to their fields during dry periods and protecting their settlements from floods. This monumental effort required cooperation and organization on a scale previously unseen, leading to the development of complex social structures and the rise of powerful city-states. Early irrigation was relatively small-scale, involving the digging of simple channels to divert water to nearby fields. Over time, these systems became more elaborate, with complex networks of canals spanning vast distances. The construction and maintenance of these systems required a significant labor force, which was often organized and directed by temple priests or powerful leaders. This centralized control over water resources provided a basis for political power and social hierarchy. Exercise 9. If culture finds its metaphorical basis in agriculture, civilization finds it in exchange. When our society is connected to other societies, we are connected to other people, and we can suddenly compare things and judge them in relation to each other. As a result, we have a choice between better and cheaper options. We can pick the new and the never-before-tried. Such choices broaden our horizon and improve our lives. This is why civilization depends on the unencumbered circulation of goods, people, ideas, faiths, and ways of life. The consequences of such interaction may be unsettling, but they can also be liberating. We no longer have to be confined to and carry the burden of our culture, and we no longer have to be who we are. Civilization provides us with a means of escape, or, differently put, exchange is the enemy of culture. When presented with alternatives, we give up our old ways. We no longer do the things we used to do, and we are no longer quite the same people as before. This is how civilization undermines and destroys culture. Exercise 10. Science and democracy share important principles and ideals that oppose illegitimate claims for knowledge and power. The authority of both scientific knowledge and democratic governance is legitimated by representation. It is only when this representation is accepted as legitimate that it can support the authority of the knowledge claims made or the authority of particular forms of governance. Representation is, however, never perfect or complete. Since both scientific practices and democratic governance, in principle, admit potential alternative representations, continuous struggles over what is represented and what is not can be foreseen. To represent means to simplify, which implies the existence of alternatives, alternative ways of simplifying complicated issues. This further means that both science and democracy have inbuilt mechanisms for improvement, which are based on critical assessments of existing representations. Exercise 11. Differences in geology and climate make soils in different regions more or less capable of sustained agriculture. In particular, the abundant rainfall and high weathering rates on the gentle slopes of many tropical landscapes mean that after enough time, rainfall seeping into the ground leaches out almost all of the nutrients from both the soil and the weathered rocks beneath the soil. Once this happens, the lush vegetation essentially feeds on itself, retaining and recycling nutrients inherited from rocks weathered long ago. As most of the nutrients in these areas reside not in the soil, but in the plants themselves, once the native vegetation disappears, so does the productive capacity of the soil. Often too few nutrients remain to support either crops or livestock within decades of deforestation. Nutrient-poor tropical soils illustrate the general rule that life depends on recycling past life. Exercise 12. Knowledge is power. And one way to measure the amount of trust on a team is by looking at how much information people keep to themselves, low trust, or share openly, high trust. Team leaders signal that they trust their team when they share privileged information with them. This could be sharing the team's finances or the budget handed down from higher-ups, so that the whole team knows what they're working with and where the priorities are. It could also be competitive data or customer trends that are widely available but rarely shared. It could even be passing on information shared by another team. In a meeting, anytime someone says, "This stays here," the atmosphere changes. People know whatever follows is spoken in trust, and they respond to that feeling of being trusted with trustworthy behavior. People begin to feel like they're in the inner circle when they receive more information about their work or the environment that they usually do. They start to see how their work fits into the larger organizational whole. Exercise 1. In the probabilistic view, the typical exemplars or category members are recognized more quickly because they share more features with other category members. In a sense, the typical category member is closer to the center of the category. And a similar effect might be observed with the exceptional category members. A very atypical member of a category, like bats as atypical mammals, or even as atypical birds if your category for bird is based on observable features, is really an outlier. It really is the case that the bat is a lousy member of the mammal category. It looks like a bird, acts like a bird, and cannot see very well. A probabilistic categorization system would assume that bats will be misclassified and will present people with some difficulty. It is plausible that our own inability to classify them readily corresponds to the fact that bats are often feared. Perhaps we fear bats because they do not fit into a simple, basic category very easily. Exercise 2. Central to the notion of brilliant leadership is the critical linkage between empathy and authenticity. While leaders may act on the premise that sensitivity to employee concerns is helpful in achieving organizational goals, brilliant leaders believe that empathy has value in its own right. In this regard, empathy is less a means to an end, e.g. profiting, but rather is consistent with Kant's notion of character, which underscores truthfulness as a core element of virtue. From a stakeholder perspective, particularly employees, brilliant leaders could be seen as behaving in ways that reveal a genuineness of motives. Guided by the deontologically based philosophical guidepost, we should do our duty for no other reason than because it's the right thing to do. The brilliant leader's empathetic conduct is derived less from strategic or tactical interests than it is from one's personal sense of integrity. That, then, is a defining feature of authenticity. It frames empathy as values-driven rather than outcome-driven. Exercise 3. Language is socially constructed. Over time, our cultural collectives agreed upon various abstract symbols and sounds to represent objects, people, places, and experiences. Conversely, basic emotions are biologically constructed. Over time, evolution repeatedly crafted responses to important life situations, which we later associated with symbols, words, and phrases. The presence of a unique emotion word in one culture does not imply the presence of unique circuitry or unique phenomenology for a special emotion found only in that culture. Similarly, the absence of a specific basic emotion word in one culture does not imply the absence of analogous basic emotion circuitry. Emotions and language are parallel processes that can inform and provide context about one another, but ultimately cannot guarantee the existence of one another. An example of this is in Robert Levy's pioneering work in Tahiti, where he found that Tahitians had no words for grief and sadness. Nevertheless, they experienced a sick, strange feeling when processing the loss of a loved one. Exercise 4. There are some pretty big lifestyle changes you can choose to make if you want to help the planet. For example, you could follow a plant-based diet, or you could pledge to go zero waste. If you're surrounded by people who are making these drastic changes, you might feel pressured into following suit. You might feel that if you don't make these changes, your efforts to save the planet are inadequate. Despite what you might hear, a plant-based diet or zero-waste living is not necessarily an all-or-nothing venture. Reducing your meat and dairy intake a little is better than not doing so at all. Buying fruit, veg, and grains loose when you can is better than always buying them wrapped in plastic. The fact is, you don't have to follow a vegan or a zero-waste lifestyle perfectly to make a difference. Making little changes where you can and how you can is what truly counts. Exercise 5. When income rises, so will the quantity demanded. When income falls, so will demand. However, if your income doubles, you would not always buy twice as much of a particular good or service. For example, there are only so many tubs of ice cream you would want to eat, no matter how wealthy you are. This is an example of marginal utility. Marginal utility is the concept that each unit of a good or service is a little less useful to you than the first. At some point, you will not want it anymore, and the marginal utility drops to zero. We can see that professional team sports contradict this assumption. Fans, consumers, often want more games to watch. We have seen this example play out in recent years in relation to the number of sport matches on live television increasing, and through the advent of new competitions or formats of the game, e.g., 2020 cricket, or expansions of league reforms to fit in additional fixtures, e.g., UEFA Champions League reforms for 2024. Exercise 6. Among the attempts to resist fast fashion are consumer movements to make more informed, ethical decisions as they purchase, use, and repair their clothing. The slow fashion movement, for example, encourages buying fewer clothes of higher quality and wearing them longer, purchasing clothes produced or at least sold locally, and thinking critically about the labor and environmental conditions surrounding their production and distribution. Some consumers have become more active in producing, sewing or knitting, and repairing their own clothing. The design historian Fiona Hackney refers to the quiet activism of everyday making. She argues for the emergence of a new historically conscious, socially engaged amateur practice. This practice represents a return to the intimate connection of production, making, with consumptions, use, wear, before the industrialization of fibers, textiles, and apparel. Industrialization changed the production-consumption dynamic in at least two ways. Factory-made, store-bought clothes were more detached from consumer-made ones, and they also tended to be less expensive. Prior to industrialization, only wealthy people could afford a closet of many garments. Among working-class people, formal clothes were often prized possessions that were included in wills. Exercise 7. Grice, a British philosopher of language, proposed that, in addition to communicative meaning, there is another kind of meaning, which he referred to as natural meaning, characterized by things that have meaning regardless of whether there is any communicative intention on anyone's part. For example, I have learned that dynamite means danger. Thus, if I find a box of dynamite in my garage, dynamite means danger to me, and I am going to be frightened. To recognize the danger, it is not necessarily for me to recognize that someone intentionally placed the dynamite there with the intention of getting me to recognize that dynamite is dangerous. That is, it is not necessary that I recognize any communicative intention behind the box being there to recognize danger. And further, even if the dynamite had been put there with the intention of getting me to recognize I was in danger, it would not be necessary for me to recognize that in order to feel in danger. Simply put, the word dynamite on a box means danger, whether or not anyone intended to have me recognize that meaning. Exercise 8. Scientific progress is measured not only by an increase in understanding, but by an increase in control over nature and redirection of nature's course. The contemplative ideal of scientific investigations for their own sake has been replaced in modern times. Phelan comments by the practical ideal of scientific research in the service of humanity. The natural course of things once presented and still presents threats to human welfare. People went and still go hungry, die in infancy and early adulthood, and face natural disasters. But not all control and redirection add to human welfare. Medical technology based on science has lengthened the number of years human beings suffer from chronic diseases, condemning them to lonely, bedridden existences. End-of-life treatments, which prove medical innovation and competence, can sustain life, but not living. The illustrious medical journal, The Lancet, reports frequently on the sea of suffering in aging populations. Exercise 9. In the process of discovering what animals want to do, a knowledge of the natural or normal behavioral repertoire of a species is a vital step in understanding what is good for their welfare. It draws our attention to the differences between wild and captive members of that species and therefore makes us aware of the possible behaviors that the captive ones might want to do. It does not say that they will necessarily want to do them just because they are natural, but it provides obvious candidates to be tested. The fact that the jungle fowl ancestors of our domestic chickens always roost in trees at night, for example, highlights the possible importance of roosting to modern breeds. It does not tell us that all modern chickens still definitely want to roost, but it provides a very plausible hypothesis that this might be important to them. Such a hypothesis can then be tested by investigating whether modern chickens still want to roost. They do. Exercise 10. Inevitably, the world of electoral systems is crowded and complex, and becoming more so all the time. One country's electoral system is never the same as another's, although in some cases the differences are quite small. Given the range of variations among the different electoral systems, this makes life quite difficult for the analyst seeking to produce an acceptable typology. One option might be to simply base a classification of the systems in terms of their outputs, that is, with reference to the process of translating votes into seats, where one distinguishes between those systems which have proportional outcomes and those with non-proportional outcomes. The essence of proportional systems is to ensure that the number of seats each party wins reflects as closely as possible the number of votes it has received. In non-proportional systems, by contrast, greater importance is attached to ensuring that one party has a clear majority of seats over its competitors, thereby, hopefully, increasing the prospect of a strong and stable government. Exercise 11. Melodies are defined not by the absolute value of each pitch, but by the pattern or relation of successive pitches across time. Most people have no trouble recognizing a melody that is played in a higher or lower key than they've heard it in before. In fact, many melodies do not have a correct starting pitch. They just float freely in space, starting anywhere. Happy Birthday is an example of this. One way to think about a melody, then, is as an abstract prototype that is derived from specific combinations of key, tempo, instrumentation, and so on. A cognitive psychologist would say that a melody is an auditory object that maintains its identity in spite of transformations, just as a chair maintains its identity when you move it to the other room, turn it upside down, or paint it red. So, for example, if you hear a song played louder than you are accustomed to, you still identify it as the same song. The same holds for changes in the absolute pitch values of the song, which can be changed so long as the relative distances between them remain the same. Exercise 12. The Dutch news site De Correspondent was born with the idea of incorporating active readers from the start. Jay Rosen, the NYU professor who became an advisor to the organization, explained how the journalists were expected to have a radically different relationship with the reader than in traditional media. Expectations are that writers will continuously share what they are working on with the people who follow them and read their stuff. They will pose questions and post call-outs as they launch new projects. What they want to find out, the expertise they're going to need to do this right, any sort of help they want from readers. Sometimes readers are the project. Writers also manage the discussion threads, which are not called comments but contributions, in order to highlight the best additions and pull useful material into the next version of an ongoing story. Some of these crowdsourcing techniques have been used by journalists on more mainstream papers, notably David Fahrenthold of The Washington Post. Exercise 1. The new millennium has brought discoveries about dolphin cognition, emotion, and consciousness, creating a bridge to what is known about dolphin behavior with an emphasis on communication. New data on dolphin intelligence allow us to obtain a broader picture of the inner lives of dolphins. We see that dolphins exhibit sophisticated characteristics previously attributed only to humans and possibly to other higher primates. We know that dolphins understand syntax, semantics, and word order, and are capable of mirror self-recognition, comprehension of pointing gestures, and understanding reference to body parts. They can identify the same abstract object using vision or echolocation. There is evidence that dolphins have culture. For instance, killer whales have vocal dialects that are distinct to each family group and are passed down through generations. Some bottlenose dolphins use sponges as tools when foraging along the seafloor. Exercise 2. Many people, including those in most governments, place their faith in new technologies as the solution to every present and indeed future ecological problem. And it is true that appropriate, clean, and affordable technology has an important role to play in resolving the eco-crisis. But it cannot bear the weight of cornucopian dreams. Technology is vanishing, unlikely to be able to compensate for uncontrolled expansion of either population or consumption. For example, it tends to become increasingly expensive and/or specialized. And technological solutions notoriously tend to create new problems, which then seem to require more technological intervention, and so on. Still more fundamentally, such solutions to ecological problems ignore the urgent need actually to reduce consumption, thereby, of course, spending less, and lock us into a collective mindset, run by technoscience, financed by capital, and protected by state power, which is a principal cause of the problems. The more of that cause can only be perceived with increasingly desperate denial as the only solution. Exercise 3. Many countries have had legislation to protect animals in place for decades, even for centuries. This legislation may regulate practices such as slaughter or experimentation, or may be more generally aimed at preventing cruelty. But whether this kind of legislation is adequate lies at the heart of a key debate between those who argue, in a legal context, for the promotion of animal welfare and those who argue for the promotion of animal rights. Those who argue for animal welfare seek increased legal protection for animals from human-inflicted pain and other kinds of suffering, for example, insufficient food and space. Animal rights advocates maintain that this welfare legislation does not go far enough. Welfare legislation accepts, they argue, that animals may be used by humans for food and as experimental subjects. It merely tries to curb the worst excesses of these practices. The problem on the rights view is more fundamental than this. Animals are not the kinds of things that humans should use in this way at all. The problem, therefore, is not one about treating animals inhumanely, but instead one about understanding them as human resources. Exercise 4. In ancient Greece, education consistently occurred in the context of the personal relations among teachers and students. Most often, it involved a tutor who traveled to homes or other community locations where they worked with individuals or small groups of students. Additionally, collecting teachers and students into learning communities was another approach to creating a social learning context, such as Plato's Academy and its descendant organizations. It is important to note that a close relationship between student and teacher was consistently seen as essential. Advanced education involved a deep and absolutely personal bond between teacher and pupil, a bond in which emotion, if not passion, played a considerable part. Indeed, Plato, in the Dialogues, supported the active engagement of students in learning. Much of what was learned occurred through these interpersonal oral relationships, rather than through written materials. Exercise 5. The search for approval has its own challenges. In the formative period of childhood, the child seeks the approval of its caretakers as a means of securing their love. This persists into adulthood, where there is a general need for the approval of others, especially loved ones, or those who are admired or looked up to because they have particular qualities or skills. But this can turn into an unhealthy, excessive need for approval if the individual is uncertain about his or her own independence, rights, responsibilities, and effectiveness, the ability to influence things. The constant searching for approval is based on the fear that the other's love will be withdrawn and that you will be left helpless and unloved. This, of course, is an extension of a childhood pattern whereby the individual feels that he or she never received enough unconditional approval or love from her or his parents. Although loving and being loved by others are crucial, the love of self is no less important. As a result, they learn to feel unworthy and that they don't have the right to expect unconditional love and approval. Exercise 6. Motivation has an extensive history in academic research. Some of the earliest work on this topic was by Clark Hull, who observed that effort invested in accomplishing a goal increases as goal attainment becomes more likely. Although this conclusion was drawn by observing rats running a maze to achieve a food reward, with speed increasing as distance to the food decreased, it is nevertheless useful in seeking to explain goal pursuits in humans. Indeed, much of the modern work on motivation has built on this foundation to understand what promotes goal pursuit and achievement. For example, mirroring Hull's rats, consumers have been shown to accelerate coffee purchases as they approach the end of a 10th free loyalty card. In the sports context, Athletes are often observed to give one last push as they complete a given event, and this is also often a feature both of others' efforts to motivate them despite their fatigue and of their own self-tank. This method of motivation can also be seen when a person puts an extra effort as they reach the end of a given exercise routine. Given the centrality of motivation to success in most life domains, this topic has fascinated scholars in a range of disciplines in the social sciences, including economics and psychology. Exercise 7. Every action starts in the mind. We may know about the reasoned thought process in most cases, but there are instances where one may not be able to identify the thought process. If a person does something stupid or atrocious against his fundamental nature, he may say that he had lost his mind momentarily. When pressed, he may be unable to offer any other explanation for his actions. He may not be able to identify it, but the actual cause might be a result of some kind of repressed emotion surfacing in impulsive behavior. Impulsive behavior is a result of emotive buildup and appears as sparks in our mind leading to instantaneous rational or irrational behavior. The conscious mind may not be able to discern and identify the logic or the rationale behind many of our actions. Though mankind is endowed with rational thinking, irrational actions happen often. The outcome will largely depend upon mental maturity. Exercise 8. It is human nature for our brains to form thought patterns, neural pathways or so-called rivers of thinking, to get through our daily activities. To better understand this concept, developed by Edward de Bono, create a mental image of water running down a mountain. It may start as a series of slow drips or scattered streams, but the water eventually comes together and flows in the same direction, creating deep grooves or pathways over time, even cutting through rock and creating gullies. These pathways are a good analogy to what happens with our thinking. We develop deep mental pathways that influence how we interpret information, what we see in the world around us, and how we respond. It's not all bad. These rivers of thinking help us extract order, make quick decisions, and create expertise. These patterns are why we can go through our morning routine without much thought or drive to work without directions. They help us survive and are essential to how we work and live. Exercise 9. The emerging power shift, where smaller and edge players are gaining more visibility and voice, is particularly important to children and youth. If we look at children and youth through the lens of digital media, we have a population that has been historically subject to a higher degree of systematic and institutional control in the kinds of information and social communication to which they have access. This is one reason why the alchemy between youth and digital media has been distinctive. It disrupts the existing set of power relations between adult authority and young people. While many studies of children, youth, and media have for decades stressed the status of young people as competent and full social subjects, digital media increasingly insist that we acknowledge this viewpoint. Not only must we see youth as legitimate social and political actors, but we must also recognize them as potential innovators and drivers of new media change. Exercise 10. In the forest, there are unwritten guidelines for tree etiquette. These guidelines lay down the proper appearance for upright members of ancient forests and acceptable forms of behavior. This is what a mature, well-behaved seasonal tree looks like. It has a ramrod straight trunk with a regular, orderly arrangement of wood fibers. The roots stretch out evenly in all directions and reach down into the earth under the tree. In its youth, the tree had narrow branches extending sideways from its trunk. They died back a long time ago, and the tree sealed them off with fresh bark and new wood, so that what you see now is a long, smooth column. Only when you get to the top do you see a symmetrical crown formed of strong branches angling upward, like arms raised to heaven. An ideally formed tree, such as this, can grow very old. Similar rules hold for conifers, except that the topmost branches should be horizontal or bent slightly downward. Exercise 11. Heidegger thought of technology as a bringing forth, something that produces something. Interestingly enough, the Latin combination of pro and ducere in the word production also refers to something that can be called bringing forth. Pro equals forward and ducere to lead. Technology, then, is deeply connected to the production of knowledge, and hence to epistemology. This is not only because the more administrative pedagogical technologies used in teaching and learning bring with them tools for efficiency in educational spheres. The use of technological tools in education can sometimes lead to confusion due to the complexity of the knowledge students must learn. It is also connected to the critique of technology and its critical uses. That is, the deeper penetration of technological processes that help us be aware of the worlds, in the phenomenological sense, we inhabit, be it in the observation of new technologies of seeing or those of hearing. Exercise 12. Fan editors often consult specialist sources to track down information about their media interests. These works are considered authoritative due to their reputation for accuracy and focused coverage, and after sufficient enculturation, fan editors will often learn to seek out these sources whenever an information need arises. While fan editors usually seek information individually, they will sometimes collaborate with others who share their taste in media. This collaboration tends to emerge spontaneously, often in response to a lack of accessible information, and it usually occurs within established groups of editors. And regardless of whether information seeking is done individually or collaboratively, fan editors commonly face several key informational barriers. Paywalled sources, for instance, often block off content, and link rot can hinder an editor's ability to locate information. Language barriers can also hinder editors, leading some to use machine translation tools or to seek help from multilingual colleagues. Finally, the issue of recentism often makes it difficult for fan editors to find pre-digital sources. Exercise 1. The inability of arms suppliers to control the uses to which their military hardware will be put is troubling. Friends can become enemies, and supplying weapons can backfire, generating what the CIA calls blowback to describe what can happen when foreign activities, such as covert shipments of arms, are later used in retaliations against the supplier. The United States learned this painful lesson the hard way. The weapons it shipped to Iraq when Saddam Hussein was fighting Iran in the 1980s were later used against U.S. forces in the Persian Gulf War. This also happened when the Stinger missiles the United States supplied to Taliban forces resisting the Soviet Union's 1979 invasion in Afghanistan fell into the hands of terrorists later opposing the United States. Likewise, in 1982, Great Britain found itself shipping military equipment to Argentina just 8 days before Argentina's attack on the British-controlled Falkland Islands. And in 1998, U.S. military technology sold to China was exported to Pakistan, making possible its nuclear weapons test. Exercise 2. A wholesaler is an organization or individual acting as the middle step between a producer and a retailer. It is reasonable to ask what the point might be of having a wholesaler in the distribution channel. Why would the manufacturer not simply pass the sporting goods straight on to the retailer? However, a wholesaler can be important in helping other channel members. First, they usually buy goods in bulk from the manufacturer and then store them. When the retailer is ready to order some goods, the wholesaler transports the sporting goods to them. A wholesaler can also stock a large range of goods from a variety of different manufacturers. As a result, instead of having to contact all of these producers, the retailer only has to talk to one wholesaler to gain access to a range of different sporting goods. Exercise 3. Connecting ideas logically is the basis for reality testing. Because a child around 30 to 40 months old connects experiences inside herself with those outside and categorizes which are which, fantasy versus reality. Her ongoing emotional interactions support this ability to form a category of reality because they continuously put a me in contact through the interactions with a not me or you. This ongoing contact with someone who is not me provides constant contact with an external reality outside oneself. The emotional investment in relationships enables the child to recognize the difference between her fantasies and the actual behavior of others. While reality testing might appear to be a purely cognitive capacity, it requires an ability to organize an emotional sense of self that is distinct from one's sense of others. Such reality testing is a critical foundation for logical thinking. Without it, facts are often used to support irrational beliefs. Exercise 4. Procedures have recently been developed that separate imitation from other forms of social influence and social learning. And the results of initial studies indicate that species from chimpanzees to quail can imitate. Such findings should not be surprising because social learning, whether by imitation or some other process, often provides greater benefits than genetically predisposed behavior or trial and error learning. However, the processes involved that enable animals to match their behavior to that of a demonstrator are poorly understood. Imitation may involve some form of coordination of visual and touch-based sensory modalities, perspective taking, or response facilitation. However, the role of such processes in opaque imitation is still unknown. A reasonable strategy to better understand the mechanisms involved in imitation would be to determine the necessary and sufficient conditions for opaque imitation to occur, and to explore the range of behaviors that animals can imitate. Finally, the ability to learn from others may not be adaptive in making more efficient the acquisition of behavior important for survival and reproduction, but it may also free the animal from trial and error learning to engage in innovative variants that may be adopted by others. Exercise 5. In the sports industry, feelings of delight do not stay permanently with a customer. They will not continue to feel the physical intensity of delight, such as excitement or exhilaration, indefinitely, although they are likely to remember the experience. If, for example, fitness center customers remember being delighted the last time they used a service, their expectations may be raised well above normal. This may be termed assimilated delight, because the customer has incorporated the things that delighted them into their expectations of what is normal. The customer may even tell others about the features of the service. And as a result, others may also come to expect a high level of performance as normal. When customers have difficulties interpreting outcome quality, they tend to rely on service delivery aspects like friendliness and responsiveness. Worse, competing organizations may hear about what is being offered and duplicate it themselves, which of course will mean that there is nothing unique about the original service. As a result, sport organizations must carefully consider whether the cost of providing a delighting feature is worth it. Exercise 6. We can tell whether a definition is too broad or too narrow by looking for counterexamples. A counterexample is a particular instance that proves a definition wrong. If a definition is too narrow, a counterexample is something that belongs in the concept but is excluded by the definition. Atheists are counterexamples to the definition of humans as religious animals. However, if a definition is too broad, a counterexample is something that does not belong in the concept, but is included in the definition. Birds are counterexamples to the definition of humans as two-legged animals. Let's look at a few other cases. A college is a degree-granting educational institution. A counterexample would be a law school. Law schools are degree-granting educational institutions, but they are not colleges. So this definition includes too much. It's too broad. A cigarette is a sheaf of chopped tobacco rolled in white paper. What about the brands that are rolled in brown paper? They are counterexamples proving that the definition does not include enough. It's too narrow. Exercise 7. While insects are usually depicted as displaying genetically fixed stereotyped behaviors, recent research has shown that they can have quite elaborate conducts, indicating a high degree of learning capacity and flexibility, displaying attentional capacities, navigational skills, and a good spatial memory. For instance, some species of wasps hide their nests in several places that they keep hidden and visit regularly to provide them with food. They apparently remember the quality of the supplies provided to each nest and the time when these were delivered in order to visit them again timely. This kind of memory, remembering the 3 WHs, what, where, and when something happened, was traditionally considered to be exclusive to higher vertebrates and is supposed to be a fundamental precursor of planning abilities and for the development of a complex representation of the world. In humans, this capacity has been termed episodic memory, but it critically differs from its non-human counterparts in being a form of explicit memory. That is, it can be verbally communicated to others, like when you tell your friend what happened last night at someone else's party. Exercise 8. With people living longer and the average age increasing markedly, the ramifications for sport are substantial. Fewer people are likely to engage in the most popular traditional and incidentally most athletic sports, such as soccer, other forms of football, and basketball. These sports will need to market their products differently in order to satisfy the requirements of the older spectator or supporter. This may mean far more comfortable sport areas with greater and better access to car parks, bars, and restaurants. It may mean showing top sports during the day or much earlier in the evening, with far less television coverage on Fridays and Saturdays when older viewers prefer to visit friends, go to restaurants, or spend time at the local pub or club. The aging viewer syndrome, for such it may well be, will probably herald a realization that new sponsors will be required for sport. Colas and sport shoes may be fine for the under 35s, but the older generation may prefer a good red wine and comfortable slippers. It will be the sporting organizations and sponsors who can create the idea of youth combined with the comfort of older age, which will be most successful in the next half-century. Exercise 9. How often do you eat 3/4 of a sandwich or a cookie? Typically, we completely consume items of defined quantity and have experience with these particular quantities. We can assume that, in early exposures to a sandwich, for example, consumption of one sandwich was followed by comfortable satiety and an adequate level of energy. We also tend to consume entire portions, often completely unaware of how energy-dense or dilute they are. For example, many of us consume a bowl full of cereal in the morning, regardless of the type of cereal, high or low in calories or other nutrients. Indeed, The popular individual serving bowls of cereals from one commercial source vary between 70 and 130 kilocalories, and the fat content of the milk you probably add will make even larger differences. We learn in early experiences with particular foods what quantities yield satiety. However, we can easily be tricked, especially when eating at restaurants, because portion sizes are often larger and more fat and calorie dense than we expect. Exercise 10. Across different performance domains, successful performance is not just dependent on proficient movement control and the successful execution of skills. Often effective decision-making is also a core requirement. In this context, decision-making can generally be viewed as the process of committing to a particular course of action, choosing one option over another, and relates to the choices that are made when a number of options are available to the performer for selection. In all cases, the decisions that are made are influenced by past experiences and the knowledge base the individual performer has of the specific situation. These past experiences can help or hinder decision-making, but generally speaking, will bias the decision maker either for or against a certain course of action, depending on whether that course of action was successful in the past. Another information aspect of making decisions in performance settings is that there is often more than one right decision, and the right decision will often differ from individual to individual, depending upon their skill level and expertise. Also, the time scale within which a decision is made also varies, as does the underpinning explanation of process, which differs depending on whether the decision is time-constrained or not. Exercise 11. Emerging findings suggest that minorities arguing their point of view electronically can be influential in ways that improve group performance, as long as they claim in-group affiliation and maintain their views consistently. Several fascinating studies have also demonstrated a persuasive and performance advantage for remote or geographical removed minorities. In these cases, groups with a minority advocate who is geographically remote seemed to perform better because the minority was able to play devil's advocate, effectively inducing the majority to think about alternatives. The clash between mainstream narratives and strongly held minority opinions can rapidly escalate into widespread and toxic debates and conflicts online. Perhaps being removed from the anxiety and discomfort of face-to-face disagreements makes it easier for the minority to assert an atypical view without fear of reprisal, and makes it easier for majorities to accept minority input without worrying about the identity consequences of publicly accepting it. Thus, increased opportunity for minority points of view to improve group decisions should be counted among the benefits of electronic or technology-mediated communication. Exercise 12. Consider the concept of a chair. According to essentialism, a chair has specific properties necessary to be recognized and identified as a chair. These properties may include having a seat, backrest, and legs, which allow for sitting. In other words, these essential characteristics define the essence of a chair. Under the essentialist viewpoint, it would not be considered a chair if an object lacks any defining properties. For instance, if we have an object with a seat and backrest, but without legs, it would not fit the essentialist definition of a chair. The presence of legs is considered essential for an object to be classified as a chair. Non-essentialism, on the other hand, would challenge the notion that a chair requires specific essential properties. Instead, it might argue that any object can be considered a chair if it fulfills a functional purpose, such as providing a platform for sitting. According to non-essentialism, an object's essence or specific properties are not necessary for its identification or classification. Exercise 1. Green consumers, compared with non-green consumers, prefer purchasing environmentally friendly products over the standard alternatives available. Green consumers believe that they are guided by their internal control and open-mindedness, so they would not leave the responsibilities of protecting the environment to governments, business communities, environmentalists, or scientists. Green consumers are ordinary people thinking that business operations have a vital role in fighting to protect environment in general. Moreover, these consumers believe that an individual's consumption makes a difference in environmental issues. When green consumers demand products and services, firms combine environmental and social costs of their production and consumption. They also provide green management and green marketing practices by creating job opportunities in green consumption. Therefore, it could be said that green consumers are individuals targeting sustainability by using their purchasing power. Exercise 2. What students are advised to do is often plain wrong. For instance, study tips published on a website at George Mason University include this advice. The key to learning something well is repetition. The more times you go over the material, the better chance you have of storing it permanently. Another from a Dartmouth College website suggests, if you intend to remember something, you probably will. A public service piece that runs occasionally in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch offering study advice shows a kid with his nose buried in a book. Concentrate, the caption reads. Focus on one thing and one thing only. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Repeating what you have to remember can help burn it in your memory. Belief in the power of rereading, intentionality, and repetition is pervasive. But the truth is, you usually can't embed something in memory simply by repeating it over and over. This tactic might work when looking up a phone number and holding it in your mind while punching it into your phone. But it doesn't work for durable learning. Exercise 3. American educators saw Asian American parenting as deviant, and correspondingly felt white middle-class parents and kids set an appropriate standard that others should conform to. For example, when white children outperform minority students, teachers rarely see it as academic bullying or express sympathy about minorities' emotional well-being. Similarly, educators do not create pathological rationales for whites' weaker performance relative to Asian Americans, as happens for minorities relative to whites. Whites are not expected to emulate those who achieve more, i.e. toward Asian Americans, whereas Black and Latinx youths are, i.e. toward whites. Also, teachers, predominantly white, reinforce a hidden curriculum. That is, informal norms for what constitutes proper behavior, dress, attitudes, and discipline in schools. Racial inequalities arise even in integrated and reasonably resourced schools. Educators make significant efforts to address the learning gaps facing minority youths, but do not disrupt the white supremacy embedded in standard practices. The taken-for-granted assumption that white students' practices are normal contributes to why Asian Americans are framed as deviant and a problem. Exercise 4. Marine plastic pollution is a complex problem that occurs on many levels, as it presents physical, chemical, and biological implications for marine compartments at small scales while involving vast geographic domains. To counteract what can be regarded as a planetary boundary threat, we need tailored instruments to provide various layers of knowledge in an accessible manner. To this end, laboratory experiments and observations are indeed fundamental to capture specific aspects of plastic and plastic-related pollution. Yet, the zoo of data is still insufficient to provide a holistic description of this pervasive phenomenon. Quantitative methods can link and exploit our current understanding of the different processes and complex interaction characterizing marine plastic pollution to ultimately help to shed some light on aspects that are hard to investigate in the field. Actions against marine pollution have to be timely, bold, and knowledge-based. In this perspective, comprehensive data-informed approaches can help not only to identify and protect the mechanisms that interconnect marine ecosystems, but also to understand the processes and synergies that are disrupting them. Exercise 5. One factor that influences the publisher and the bookstore's ability to sell materials is piracy, which refers to the unauthorized copying, distribution, or use of copyrighted content. This is hardly a recent phenomenon, as copyright law dates back to 1709 during the reign of Britain's Queen Anne. But digital formats make piracy easier, whether texts are appropriated for personal use or sold for a fraction of their retail cost. Individuals who would be mortified at the idea of shoplifting a print copy of a bestseller often think nothing of reading an online version that may have been pirated. Piracy can actually provide access to books, films, music, and educational content for people who cannot afford or legally obtain them, especially in developing countries. As with any retail business, book publishers will continue to fend off piracy with evolving digital safeguards and to estimate and write off losses where these fail. Exercise 6. Photography battles with the fantasy that it captures a neural view of reality without modifying it. Susan Sontag refers to an official use of the printed photograph that passes for unquestionable proof that a given thing happened. However, she states her opinion that photographs are as much an interpretation of the world as paintings and drawings. Additionally, the art of dodging and burning during the transfer from negative to print was well established before Photoshop and digital photography. Ansel Adams is known for spending many hours in the darkroom developing a single print, and he also said, "Dodging and burning are steps to take care of mistakes God made in establishing tonal relationships." However, digital images tend to be one more step removed from reality. While the negative in print photography is still an image, the file of a digital image is comprised of bits, computerized ones and O's, that are not an image until interpreted and displayed by a combination of software and an electronic display device. Exercise 7. In a hypothetical situation, a local college's athletic department might send a press release to the media informing them about 3 events happening on campus tomorrow: a women's soccer game, a track and field event, and a blood drive sponsored by the men's tennis team. The newspaper elects to print only a story previewing the women's soccer game and ignores both the track and field event and the blood drive. Therefore, readers who use that newspaper as their only source of local information might have no idea that either the track and field event or the blood drive is happening. There are multiple events happening at the college, and it was not the readers who decided what was important. The newspaper's editors decided for them. Situations like this one occur all the time in newsrooms across the world and perfectly demonstrate the concept of gatekeeping. Exercise 8. As civilization started to grow and flourish, people found they could accomplish more with less effort if they specialized and divided their work into separate designations. So, for example, the work of brickmaking was conducted separately from the work of shipbuilding, just as the work of laying roads was separate from the work of farming, which was separate from the work of building dwellings or making pots. Each line of work was its own distinct activity, carried out by distinct practitioners who developed their work into an institution of sorts. As civilization continued to develop, differentiated forms of work became more sophisticated, more specialized, and more communal. In ancient Rome, they became formalized with the creation of what were called collegia, or professional associations. There was, for example, a college of woodworkers, a college of merchant mariners, a college of wine dealers, and a college of planters. In ancient China, a similar system developed. By the Middle Ages, guilds, a similar type of organization, had taken hold throughout much of Europe. Exercise 9. No one has objected so strenuously to defining psychology as the science of consciousness and limiting it to consciousness as a group of animal psychologists. By energetic work, they had proved that the animal was a very good subject for psychological study and had discovered much that was important regarding instinct and learning in animals. But from the nature of the case, they could not observe the consciousness of animals. They could only observe their behavior, that is to say, the motor, and in some cases, glandular activities of the animals under known conditions. When then the animal psychologists were warned by the mighty ones in the science that they must interpret their results in terms of consciousness or not call themselves psychologists any longer, they rebelled. And some of the best fighters among them took the offensive by insisting that human psychology, no less than animal, was properly a study of behavior, and that it had been a great mistake ever to define it as the science of consciousness. Exercise 10. While many studies have described the potential benefits of urban agriculture, there is a need for more research that measures the impact of urban agriculture on food access, nutrition, and income generation, explores the potential of urban agriculture to alleviate global challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss, and suggests ways to maximize the benefits of urban agriculture in relation to these issues. Botanical gardens can use emerging research in these areas to inform programmatic approaches. In addition, researchers are exploring growing practices that can maximize production in urban spaces. Botanical gardens may be able to contribute to this work as well as play a role in educating urban gardeners and farmers about recommended practices for their regions, particularly in the midst of a changing global climate. Finally, botanical gardens can benefit by sharing urban agriculture resources and approaches with one another, including lessons learned in program design, site design and operation, and partnership development to promote effective community engagement. Exercise 11. Colonial labor regimes worsened global human inequality in two ways. First, they depressed payments to workers in the colonies, enabling the production of comparatively and historically cheap products that nonetheless were highly profitable for the companies of the metropolitan colonizers. This sustained rising profits and the emergence of great fortunes in commerce, industry, and finance in the metropole. Second, when enslaved people were freed, enslavers were fully compensated for their loss of property based upon the market value of the enslaved people at the time. Discussions about compensation for slavery occasionally contributed to diplomatic dialogue, promoting better understanding between countries. In the case of Haiti, this compensation was paid by the newly independent country to the French elite, lumbering Haiti with a fiscal debt that shaped the continuing underdevelopment of the country into the 20th century. In the case of Britain, this compensation was paid by lower and middle class taxpayers in Britain over a very long period of time, transferring money to those who had already benefited from enslavement for decades. Exercise 12. You can use your days off to figure out whether you are a morning person or a night person. Even though the alarm clock doesn't go off on weekends, some people still merrily leap out of bed. Others pull their pillows over their heads, relieved that for once they won't be torn out of their sleep in the middle of the night. They can nod off again with visions of breakfast in bed at noon. The natural differences between these types are enormous. If there were no outside constraints and people could be left to their own devices, some would not go to bed until the others were already awake for the next day. Oscar Wilde enjoyed flaunting his night owl status. When an acquaintance asked the Irish writer whether he could visit him at 9 o'clock, Wilde replied, "You are a remarkable man. I could never stay awake as long as that. I am always in bed by 5 o'clock. Exercise 1. The current trend of increasing global atmospheric temperatures and increasing seawater acidity reduces the overall capacity of oceans to absorb more CO2. If allowed to continue unstopped, this could potentially change pH in the deep sea regions and hinder the critical processes associated with carbon particulate burial. Similarly, complex relationships between water temperatures and ocean acidity in the marine systems erode calcification rates in shell-bearing organisms and threaten the survival of coral reefs. Coral reefs cover less than 1% of the Earth's surface, but are home to 25% of all marine biodiversity. By the end of the century, current levels of carbon dioxide emissions could result in the most acidic levels of ocean pH in 20 million years, which would have severe adverse effects on ocean water chemistry, both coastal and deep sea, the marine life and food webs, and the function of oceans as a carbon reservoir. Exercise 2. Large language models, LLMs, are extremely strong artificial intelligence, AI systems, that use sophisticated algorithms and enormous volumes of data to understand, interpret, and generate human language. Deep learning techniques, specifically neural networks, are typically used in the construction of LLMs in order to process and learn from massive volumes of data. LLMs must be fundamentally trained on a large volume of data, typically measured in petabytes. Large string of numbers, referred to as weights or parameters, combined with code that decodes and applies the numbers, make up machine learning models. The data that models learn from is not stored in or contained in the models themselves. Rather, certain numbers within a model adjust slightly in response to new information as it gains knowledge. Large language models require the successful development of several essential steps, which are involved in the training process. Large-scale text data collection and pre-processing from a variety of sources, including books, articles, websites, and other textual corpora, usually marks the start of the process. Exercise 3. Emojis help us to be super quick and efficient when responding. Yet, this also raises a question. Is this actually a good thing? This kind of rapid response is closely linked to the development of the smartphone. Our communication is now so directly influenced by technology that the two cannot be separated. Technology has increased our efficiency and productivity, but it is a double-edged sword. We may end up less human than we ever wanted. As we adapt to rapidity and hyperproductivity, our conversation may become like fast food, and we may lose the ability to produce and enjoy slow talk. Before the arrival of the smartphone, we were able to wait a couple of days for an answer to an email. And for urgent matters, we made a call. We knew the division between these two forms of communication. In the smartphone era, we cannot and do not wait. We expect an immediate answer for everything. Exercise 4. recognizing changes in the natural world caused in part or entirely due to human activities, such as climate change, pollution, and habitat loss. Tourists are pursuing what is referred to as last chance tourism. Last chance tourism is travel motivated by the desire to see threatened or diminishing natural attractions, including glaciers, coral reefs, and endangered species. Locations featuring these attractions may continue to experience heightened visitation, simultaneously creating opportunities for increased awareness and resource protection, as well as increased risk of over-tourism. Over-tourism is acknowledged as a major threat to the industry. Over-tourism describes the tipping point at which the costs of tourism outweigh the benefits for local communities due to overcrowding or poor management. If not managed properly, over-tourism is a threat to sustainable tourism development. The growing concern for over-tourism offers opportunities for tourism professionals to implement sustainability best practices and improve site-specific sustainable destination-level management plans. Over-tourism is a complex trend in the travel industry and calls upon destination managers to engage with all sectors and stakeholders involved in tourism towards long-term, fact-based planning to mitigate over-tourism. Exercise 5. Utilizing trash or residues from the fruit processing sector has recently become a significant challenge for agro-processing businesses and has a negative influence on the environment. The fruit processing industry produces a lot of waste dumped in landfills or rivers, threatening the ecosystem. Therefore, there is a need for disposal techniques that recycle it, provide resources for livestock feed, or extract or create goods with added value. It is possible to lessen environmental degradation, increase energy security, and cut greenhouse gas emissions by turning wastes collected from the fruit processing industry into valuable products. It is believed that using fruit waste from processing can help the food industry recover value-added products and make operations commercially viable. Industries prioritize traditional waste disposal methods over sustainable solutions due to high costs and regulatory requirements and lack financial incentives to invest in food waste processing. In light of this, it is a promising field of research to use wastes from the processing of fruit to create goods with value added. Exercise 6. Hard skills are defined as the specific procedural skills and technical expertise that are required to perform a job, or more aptly put, the what needs to be done. These skills are clearly listed in the job description and are acquired through more highly specific education and training programs. Hard skills are the skills we think of when considering a professional college degree. Examples include accountants, who must have accounting degrees, lawyers, who must have law degrees, and doctors, who must have medical degrees. But does that mean that these professionals do not need soft skills? We think not. In fact, these soft attributes, or how something is done, are equally critical and allow professionals to thrive in the interpersonal service-oriented economy faced daily. This is why modern businesses are looking for graduates with a good mix of hard and soft skills as they enter the workforce. Exercise 7. Trade is an inevitable activity of human existence. In all periods, people have engaged in transactions that involve the exchange of goods, services, and ideas. Not only has trade helped societies adapt their responses to risk and uncertainty, but it has also played a central role in intergroup relations, be they cordial or predatory. Long before the invention of money for private exchange, elements of trade formed part of the earliest human interactions. Among prehistoric people, goods, services, and ideas were exchanged as gifts, tributes, or as part of a barter economy. Beyond early hunter-gatherer communities which strove to maintain self-sufficiency, long-distance trade could be found. Indeed, since its beginnings in the Paleolithic and Neolithic periods, the impulse to trade has developed, eventually fueling immense civilizations and empires. It was the development of maritime trade connecting the Mediterranean, Indian Ocean, and South China Sea, along with the creation of the Silk Road, that established what we recognize today as the foundations of the world's modern commercial and trading systems. Exercise 8. Employees tend to leave companies to become founders when their employers' growth rates begin to fall, reducing the attractiveness of staying there and the opportunity costs of becoming founders. The likelihood of an employee leaving to become a founder has also been linked to the employee's own performance. Employees whose performance was in the middle of the distribution were the least likely to leave. The most likely were the poor-performing employees, the slugs, whose pay wasn't high and who had the least to lose by leaving to found a startup, and the high-performing employees, the stars, who had the potential to earn high wages by becoming self-employed. Although high-paid employees may be less likely than lower-paid employees to walk away from their salaries, if they have saved a high percentage of their earnings over the years, that nest egg may make them more likely to make the leap than if they hadn't saved. Exercise 9. There is some evidence that cooler body temperatures can cause people's internal clocks to click at a slower rate. One experiment found that divers immersed in 39-degree seawater estimated a 60-second interval to pass more than 10% faster than they did before entering the water. Other studies have found that people with high fevers perceive the clock to move more slowly than it actually does. They overestimate intervals of time. These findings raise the possibility that people in warmer places are operating on slower internal clocks. This would in turn cause the speed of events to seem faster to them, perhaps explaining why their actual temporal norms are kept slower. In other words, in terms of their own internal metronomes, there may be little or no difference in the subjective tempo experienced by people in hotter and colder climates. The tempo in both cases may seem just right. Exercise 10. By the 1950s, social theorists began thinking and writing about age, aging, generations, and the life course. Their work remains relevant today. The first serious attempt to look at the social importance of age groups was made by the German sociologist Karl Mannheim in an essay titled The Problem of Generations, which was first published in 1927. Mannheim defined generations as a category of people born within a specific historical era or time period. For Mannheim, a generation was also characterized by common world views that distinguished it from other generations. Mannheim was keenly aware that accident of birth timing did not automatically create these common understandings and worldviews. He observed that social and social psychological processes led some members of a generation to develop an identity and consciousness with their age peers. Mannheim suggested that generational consciousness arose not from merely being born at the same time, but from being exposed to the same kinds of experiences and historical events in a common social and political environment. According to Mannheim, belonging to a generation is a combination of a state of mind and an age grouping. Exercise 11. A promising starting point for seeing how well we currently understand consciousness is to look at the one species that we know for certain does have conscious experiences, our own. With human consciousness, we at least know what it is from our own personal experience. And we also have the advantage of being able to use language to ask other people what their conscious experiences are like. If we could identify the characteristic signature of consciousness in our own brains, then it might be possible to look for similar signatures in the brains of animals that cannot tell us in words what they are feeling. Even a theory of consciousness that did not explain how conscious experiences arise from brain tissue might at least indicate what brain structures or types of brain activity were correlated with consciousness. Non-human species often exhibit sophisticated problem-solving abilities, indicating a level of cognitive complexity beyond simple instinct. We could then see whether similar brain structures or activities are also found in other species. Insights from human consciousness could therefore become our way of coming to grips with animal consciousness. Exercise 12. Organic chemistry occupies a central role in the world around us, as we are surrounded by organic compounds. The food that we eat and the clothes that we wear are comprised of organic compounds. Our ability to smell odors or see colors results from the behavior of organic compounds. Pharmaceuticals, pesticides, paints, adhesives, and plastics are all made from organic compounds. In fact, our bodies are constructed mostly from organic compounds, DNA, RNA, proteins, etc., whose behavior and function are determined by principles such as molecular structure, bonding, and reactivity, all central to organic chemistry. The responses of our bodies to pharmaceuticals are the results of reactions guided by the principles of organic chemistry. A deep understanding of those principles enables the design of new drugs that fight disease and improve the overall quality of life and longevity. Accordingly, it is not surprising that organic chemistry is required knowledge for anyone entering the health professions. Exercise 1. Imagination gives life to ideas by drawing from the well of received education and on the basis of experience to date. In the absence of deliberate actions, ideas end up as dead letters and, as Steve Jobs said, result in regrets. Turned into actions with a useful purpose, ideas leave the realm of fantasy. This process of ideation, ideas in action, can be started and completed in isolation, the one-man show, the solo agent surrounded by firewalls, or by opening ourselves to external contexts and realities, an approach that allows for superior results by combining in different ways our own ideas with those of others. An open culture of conversing enables a way of thinking that allows participants to have their say on equal terms, in a non-confrontational, non-status friendly manner. All participants set their own agenda based on their passion. Thus, new knowledge is created from questions that arise during these conversations, a process that invariably leads to surprising learning and outcomes. It is here that open innovation comes into play, as a culture so effective that it reduces transaction costs caused in the ideation process. Exercise 2. One of the hallmarks of dolphin society is a high degree of variability. This variability both enriches the social fabric and complicates the researcher's desire for simple, absolute descriptions. Not all females can be clearly identified as belonging to a band on the basis of our current criteria. Females employ a variety of approaches to calf rearing, ranging from those who attempt to rear them alone to those who rear them with band members in nursery groups of various and changeable sizes. Overall, females rearing calves in larger, more stable groups enjoy significantly greater reproductive success than do others. Thus, female reproductive success seemed to be enhanced by group living, likely through improved protection of calves from predation and other threats and calf exposure to other individuals for socialization, learning, and possibly allomaternal care. Likewise, reproductive success increases with mother's age and maternal experience. In an examination of the behavioral differences between primiparous and experienced mothers, it was shown that experienced mothers tended to maintain greater synchrony with and closer distances to their calves, thereby providing increased control over their calves' environment. Experienced mothers also tended to include other mothers with calves as close associates. Exercise 3. Children learn from the patterns they see, but they also perform psychological experiments to explore the inner as well as the outer world. For example, Ed Tronick got 9-month-olds to watch their mothers suddenly adopt a friendly still pose, a kind of impassive iron face. As you might expect, the babies were perturbed by this, and often even started crying. But they would also produce a large number of unusual and expressive gestures, as if they were trying somehow to test what was wrong. In another study, instead of having a baby imitate an adult, the adult imitated the baby, mimicking everything that the baby did. Faced with this extremely peculiar behavior, 1-year-olds performed a different kind of experiment. They produced odd exaggerated gestures as if they were testing whether the experimenter really would imitate those actions too. They would wiggle a hand in some particularly strange way to see if the adult would do the same. The babies were as intrigued by the mimicry as they were by the stone face, and in each case, they tried to get a reaction from the adult that would help them figure out what was going on. Babies actively conduct psychological experiments to understand what is happening by reacting to unusual adult behaviors with expressive or exaggerated gestures to test the adult's response. Exercise 4. All scarce resources are rival, meaning that use by one person leaves less of the resource in quality or quantity for others to use. Many resources, however, are non-rival, which means that use by one person does not leave less for others to use. When this is true, there is no competition for use, and the resource is not scarce in an economic sense, even if total supply is inadequate. Examples include streetlights, many different ecosystem services, and information. Price rationing in this case reduces use, and hence value to society without affecting quantity, which is inefficient. For example, if someone develops a cheap, clean solar energy technology and then patents it, which makes it excludable, it can be sold at a price. A positive price will reduce use, leading to less substitution away from competing energy sources, such as coal, and society as a whole suffers. Markets will only provide non-rival resources if they are made excludable and can be sold at a price. But this creates artificial scarcity. Paradoxically, the value of non-rival resources to society is maximized at a price of 0. But at that price, markets will not provide it. Exercises 5 and 6. Resilience is when the unexpected happens, but we keep our nerve and handle whatever challenge is resting in our lap. Resilience is necessary for our physical survival, for our mental and physical well-being, for our ability to realize our potential, and for the successful achievement of our life goals. At a basic primitive level, our primary goal as humans is physical survival, the avoidance of death for as long as possible despite its inevitability. Resilience is vital for our survival, both as individual human beings and as a species. In ancient times, resilience would have been required to fend off much more overt dangers, like being mauled to death by an animal whilst out hunting for food. Imagine if, in those times, when survival was the order of the day, a man stood frozen with fear upon seeing a predator appear in front of him. Regardless of whether that man was expecting to encounter such a threat during that hunting trip, he would need to keep his nerve and either fight the animal or flee from it. Those would be the only survival options available to him. Without a can-do attitude and quick problem-solving followed by quick action, that man would be dead. In the modern day, we are still fighting for our survival, but our needs are more simplified, even though they still ultimately serve to keep us alive. Modern survival means having enough money for fuel, clothing, and shelter, thoughtfully looking after our bodies well enough to prevent life-threatening illness, fulfilling our potential in order to easily maintain emotional well-being, which, in addition to making life worth living, directly and indirectly affects our ability to achieve our basic survival needs for fuel, clothing, and shelter, and creating a family or social network to keep us feeling valued and, as research suggests, enabling a longer lifespan. Exercise 7. Despite overwhelming scientific evidence, climate change still has a detection problem. That is, it is a phenomenon that some people perceive on the planet, in the news, or in their own lives, while others do not. The environmental philosopher Timothy Morton has labeled climate change a hyperobject, a term he coined to describe realities that are massive, non-local, and sticky, in that they reveal themselves only through phenomena created by the interaction of other objects, a condition known as interobjectivity. As such, climate change defies humans' understanding of an object that can be easily seen, touched, or described, and has a singular pinpoint location. Like the main character in the 1933 film The Invisible Man, climate change cannot be detected except by measuring something associated with it, such as temperature or sea level rise. These are the phenomena of climate change, and like the bandages and clothing worn by the Invisible Man, they reveal the shape of the object. Without his suit, bandages, gloves, and sunglasses, the Invisible Man would indeed be invisible on screen. Similarly, climate change lacks a form, shape, or even location. It is revealed only through its phenomena, and this creates the detection problem. Some people can see climate change, while others cannot see it. Exercise 8. Science can be considered as a good and an evil master. This is because science is knowledge, and knowledge is power, and with power come wisdom and liberation. But at the same time, science can also breed arrogance and tyranny. Science does have the potential to be beneficial or harmful, emancipative or oppressive. In the 20th century, there were several examples which spoke about the dual role of science. Now the question is how we can ensure that science plays an emancipative role in the world. The answer to this question may lie in a consensual approach to various issues threatening mankind and his own survival today. This may be possible only through the proper exchange of information, transparency, and tolerance for multiple viewpoints. In a progressive society, science may play a liberating role by helping people overcome their poverty, ignorance, and superstition. However, in a democratic political framework, the people themselves can prevent the misuse of science, and this would help them to grow and develop themselves in a proper and planned manner. Exercise 9. A greater sensitivity and concern towards the welfare and well-being of the natural environment and ecological systems are contributing to shifts in people's feelings about other animals. Images of animals are used by activist organizations to provoke strong affective responses as part of initiatives to fight animal cruelty. Among wild animals, koalas are often to be found in cute animal digital portrayals and are strategically used as charismatic flagship species in conservation awareness and fundraising efforts. While cute effects play some role in these effective connections, broader ethical principles concerning animal rights and the awe-inspiring power and beauty of nature are central to these transformations. A notable move towards attunement to issues such as animal welfare in farming, the horse racing industry, and the fur industry, together with heightened awareness of the environmental impacts of factory farming, is evident in countries comprising the global north. Many people have adopted an ethical stance on the treatment and use of animals and are changing their consumption habits accordingly. Practices such as the adoption of organic, vegetarian, and vegan diets are also expanding rapidly in response to concern about animal welfare and environmental sustainability. Growing environmental and ethical concerns, heightened by emotionally impactful campaigns featuring cute animals, are reshaping public attitudes toward animals and highlighting issues in industries like factory farming, horse racing, and fur, prompting many to embrace ethical consumption habits. Exercise 10. Writers such as Braudel and Mukherjee make an important point, namely that conspicuous or luxury consumption did not start with the emergence of capitalism. Yet even though the fundamental elements of a consumer culture, the use of goods for both social positioning and as a symbolic means of self-expression, were both in place by the 19th century, it is only with the rise of industrial capitalism that a full-blown consumerism appeared. After the 18th century, activities that were once restricted to the elite were now practiced by the masses as well. A flood of common industrial goods swept over the market that itself expanded through new opportunities for buying. Innovations such as the department store made shopping a regular and attractive activity. Fashion became a social force and led to the cyclical abandonment and adoption of different styles, whether goods were still useful or not. Status or standing was marked by consumption differences, extending to the veritable limits of social groupings in society. The appearances of mass advertising aimed at ordinary citizens through newspapers, radio, popular magazines, and later television stimulated purchasing and innovated an entire language of media-assisted consumption. Exercises 11 and 12. The assumption that just being more explicit will make for better instruction assumes that language is simply a delivery system for information. A literal packaging of knowledge. It is not. Each utterance in a social interaction does much more work. For example, there are hidden costs in telling people things. If a student can figure out for him or herself, explicitly providing the information preempts the student's opportunity to build a sense of agency and independence, which in turn affects the relationship between teacher and student. Think about it. When you figure something out for yourself, there is a certain thrill in the figuring. After a few successful experiences, you might start to think that figuring things out is something that you can actually do. Maybe you are even a figuring out kind of person, encouraging an agentive dimension to identity. When you are told what to do, particularly without asking, it feels different. Being told explicitly what to do and how to do it over and over again provides the foundation for a different set of feelings and a different story about what you can and can't do and who you are. The interpretation might be that you are the kind of person who cannot figure things out for yourself. This is doubtless one reason why recent research has shown that most accomplished teachers do not spend a lot of time in telling mode. Exercise 1. People highly sensitive to the in-group/loyalty domain should find ridiculing humor particularly appealing, provided their group is not the target. Zillman and Bryant argue that ridicule and humor is often used to disparage out-group members and venerate in-group members. As such, those with greater sensitivity to in-group/loyalty may be rewarded by this type of humor's validation of the group. Evidence of this dynamic can be found in research explaining the widespread appeal of the racially provocative humor in Norman Lear's All in the Family. Owing in part to the satirical nature of the program, high and low prejudice individuals were able to assign different meaning to the content, interpreting it in a manner consistent with their existing views and social identities. Specifically, low prejudice viewers perceive the content to be satirical, whereas high prejudice consumers interpreted the content to be telling it like it is. Thus, audience members selectively perceive the object of ridicule as the outgroup member, an outcome facilitated by the show's satirical approach. Exercise 2. Imagine a small bird nearing the end of a long, cold winter day. It has the opportunity to visit one last foraging site before dark to get the remaining food energy it needs to survive the night. Suppose it requires 4 more units of food and has a choice of 2 possible sites. One yields 3 units every time it is visited and is thus of constant quality. The other yields 5 units on half the occasions it is visited, but nothing at all on the other half, and is therefore of variable quality. For a rate-maximizing predator, the constant site would seem to be best, because its average yield per visit is 3 units, compared with only 2.5 at the variable site. Unfortunately, were our bird to be tempted by this, it would be dead by morning. Clearly, the only way it is going to see another dawn is to go for the variable site and gamble on getting 5 units instead of none. Such a decision would be based on minimizing the risk of starvation rather than maximizing net rate of intake, and our bird would be said to forage in a risk-sensitive fashion. Exercise 3. The true definition of representative art is not that the artifact resembles an original, but that the feeling evoked by the artifact resembles the feeling evoked by the original. When a portrait is said to be like the sitter, what is meant is that the spectator, when he looks at the portrait, feels as if he were in the sitter's presence. This is what the representative artist, as such, is aiming at. He knows how he wants to make his audience feel, and he constructs his artifact in such a way that it will make them feel like that. Up to a point, this is done by representing the object literally. But beyond that point, it is done by skillful departure from literal representation. The skill in question, like any other form of skill, is a matter of devising means to a given end, and is acquired empirically, by observing how certain artifacts affect certain audiences, and thus, through experience, becoming able to produce in one's audience the kind of effect one wants to produce. Representative art seeks to bring out an emotional response associated with an original subject, achieved by using observation and experience to exceed any literal representation at some point. Exercise 4. The research psychologist Elizabeth Loftus has done more than anyone else to help juries understand research implications on eyewitness testimony. In her expert testimony, she explains to juries that eyewitness testimony can be very unreliable, that recalling is not like playing back a videotape, and that we fill in many of the missing details without knowing it, a process called confabulation. It is common for prosecuting attorneys to call upon other expert witnesses in an attempt to rebut Loftus's testimony. But such rebuttals don't deny or present evidence against the existence of confabulation. Instead, they usually raise the possibility that the eyewitness testimony is accurate. Confabulation is one of the best established effects in cognitive psychology, so the concept itself is hard to rebut. It is less difficult to assert exceptions to scientific generalizations. The prosecution expert might report having known someone with uncanny recall, or having had occasional research subjects with that ability. This fact, of course, would in no way compromise the findings on memory, nor would you need an expert to make the observation. Exercises 5 and 6. Addition is not the only numerical operation in the animal repertoire. The ability to compare two numerical quantities is an even more fundamental ability, and indeed it is widespread among animals. Show a chimpanzee two trays on which you have placed several bits of chocolate. On the first tray, two piles of chocolate chips are visible, one with 4 pieces and the other with 3 pieces. The second tray contains a pile with 5 pieces of chocolate and separate from it, a single piece. Leave the animal enough time to watch the situation carefully before letting it choose one tray and eat its contents. Which tray do you think that it will pick? Most of the time, without training, the chimpanzee selects the tray with the largest total number of chocolate chips. Hence, the greedy primate must spontaneously compute the total of the first tray. 4 plus 3 equals 7. Then the total of the second tray. 5 plus 1 equals 6. And finally, it must reckon that 7 is larger than 6, and that it is therefore advantageous to choose the first tray. If the chimp could not do the additions but was content with choosing the tray with the largest single pile of chocolates, it should have been wrong in this particular example, because while the pile with 5 chips on the second tray exceeds each of the piles on the first tray, the total amount of chips on the first tray is larger. Clearly, the two additions and the final comparison operation are all required for success. Exercise 7. Self-regulation can be hard work. In fact, Roy Baumeister and his colleagues liken self-regulation to exercising a muscle. At first, the exercise may be easy, but with repetitions, it becomes harder and harder. And after the muscle is fatigued, it may be difficult to use it for some time until it recovers. Similarly, exerting self-control in one task, such as trying to suppress thoughts about a particular object, weakens people's ability to exercise control in a completely different task, such as persisting in a difficult figure drawing or anagram solving task. The fact that self-regulation depletes some inner resource in this way may even account for the observation that people who are fatigued, under stress, or are low in regulatory resources for other reasons often turn to tempting behaviors that are damaging in the long run. These outcomes are not inevitable, however. Recent studies suggest that at times, a cognitive load may reduce attention to and feelings of temptation by attractive stimuli, such as calorie-rich treat foods. The reason appears to be that some cognitive resources are required to recognize the tempting nature of such stimuli. So at times, a demanding cognitive task may actually facilitate self-regulation. Exercise 8. Most metaphors of memory over the centuries have described the memory system as a storehouse or palace with many rooms in which memories may be placed. A more up-to-date version of this storehouse metaphor is a large library. In such a system, new books are stored in precise locations according to such specified characteristics as the general topic, date of publication, and author's name. Armed with such knowledge, a borrower can retrieve the sought-for volume successfully at a later time. Even a huge library like the Library of Congress works effectively on this system. But when we consider human memory, when metaphors meet the brain, as it were, the analogy is less persuasive. There is little evidence, for instance, that our millions of specific memories are each stored in just one specific location in the brain. In contrast, most neuroscientists now believe that memories are represented by neural networks distributed widely throughout the cerebral cortex. Additionally, the library metaphor suggests that memories of events and pieces of knowledge are fixed objects, like books on shelves, whereas a stronger case can be made for memories as dynamic activities of the brain rather than as static entities. Exercise 9. Because environments are complex and ever-changing, carrying capacity can vary. If a fire destroys a forest, for example, the carrying capacities for most forest animals will decline, whereas carrying capacities for species that benefit from fire, such as fire-adapted grasses or trees with specially adapted seeds, will increase. Our own species has proven capable of intentionally altering our environment to raise our carrying capacity. When our ancestors began to build shelters and use fire for heating and cooking, they eased the limiting factors of cold climates and were able to expand into new territory. As human civilization developed, we overcame limiting factors through the development of new technologies and cultural institutions. People have managed so far to increase the planet's carrying capacity for our species. But we have done so by appropriating immense proportions of the planet's natural resources. In the process, we have reduced carrying capacities for countless other organisms that rely on those same resources. With carrying capacity for individual species being fluid due to the nature of environments, humans have successfully increased their own by reshaping their living environments. But this has come at the expense of the carrying capacity for other species. Exercise 10. A groundbreaking study of morality in time by Eugene Caruso began by pointing out that moral rules are generally assumed to remain constant. An act that was morally wrong yesterday will be morally wrong tomorrow, and to the same degree, assuming the circumstances have not changed. Yet, his work found that people condemned identical misdeeds more when set in the future than in the past. In general, people seem to moralize the future. That is, they apply stricter moral rules to the future than the past or present and show greater moral concern. In various studies, thinking about the future made people condemn misdeeds by others more intensely, as opposed to thinking about the present. They even called for more severe punishment for themselves for future misdeeds than in the past. So it is not simply a matter of selfishly wanting everyone else to obey the rules and exempting oneself. People will make greater sacrifices for their reputation when focused on the future than the present. People are even more virtuous and generous in their own actions, or at least they say they would be, when they are thinking about the future and the present. That's because thinking about the future makes them worry about having a good reputation. Exercises 11 and 12. Though thousands of books have been written about learning, the concept of learning potential remains insufficiently elaborated. One of the possible reasons for such a state of affairs is the tendency to view learning only through its products. When a math or history exam is given to students, it is assumed that the results of the exam will reveal the efficiency of students' previous learning. In other words, What we can see in such an exam is only the result rather than the process of learning. Moreover, such an exam provides us with relatively little information about each student's potential for learning something new. For example, one student can achieve good exam results by investing much more time in learning than another student who achieved the same result. The efficiency of the first one is thus higher than that of the second student, but this factor is hidden in a typical exam. The situation is even more complicated in the case of so-called intelligence tests. Some psychologists insist that properly designed intelligence tests tap into the individual's innate abilities that are unrelated to his or her learning experiences. Others, however, define intelligence itself as a general learning ability and claim that intelligence tests provide us with a pretty accurate estimate of not only personal knowledge, but also the person's learning ability. Irrespective of the definition, however, the results of intelligence tests provide information only about people's current knowledge and problem-solving skills, but say little about their learning potential. Exercise 1. Defining the boundaries of a field is perhaps a foolish objective. A narrow definition risks excluding issues that should be included. Too broad a definition, on the other hand, risks absorbing research problems that are just too irrelevant. In either case, of course, scholars can choose to ignore your definition. There are several ways one can proceed. One tactic is to focus on which scholars define themselves in the field. The problem with this approach is that the field of the sociology of markets is sufficiently diffused that there may be multiple communities of scholars with differing concerns contained within it. Even if one could draw a circle around the field, one would still not understand what its focus or questions were. The opposite strategy is to impose a theoretical definition of the field. This approach has the advantage of focusing on a theoretical perspective, presumably of interest to a wide number of scholars. But one is likely to leave out scholars and issues that are of relevance to the field. You may quickly reduce your audience to those who agree with you. Exercise 2. For most people, the deep ocean is out of sight and out of mind. Not long ago, common, even academic thinking was that the ocean was so vast that humans were not capable of changing it substantially. This was especially true for the deep sea away from coastal human concentrations. The mistakenness of this idea is becoming increasingly clear. As we use up coastal resources, such as fisheries and fossil hydrocarbons, we have moved into increasingly deeper water to continue exploitation. Also, new methods are being developed for extracting from the deep ocean new resources, such as important minerals rare on the continents, or for exploiting unusual biochemical characteristics of deep-sea organisms. Meanwhile, as we explore, we are increasingly finding the results of human activities, including plastics and other pollution, as well as temperature changes, oxygen depletion, and acidification from increasing carbon dioxide concentrations. We are also learning how very long it would take ecosystems of the deep ocean to recover from damages we may cause. Exercise 3. Acknowledging that some animals can experience feelings, although not necessarily in a way that humans can understand, directly affects the way that different animals are perceived and treated in many settings, not just research laboratories. Animals are eaten, worn, deprived of their freedom and natural environments, legally and illegally sold, blamed for pandemics, and used as a buffer to loneliness, to name just a few. In all these scenarios, the existence and extent of their emotional capacity is perceived differently both between and within species, with a direct flow-on effect on their life experiences and well-being in a human-dominated world. questioning the basis for these at times contradictory perceptions of different species or members of the same species in different environments reveals the extent of human supremacy. It also reveals that perception of emotion in animals is not always driven by biological facts. In many cases, this perception is based on a social construct created and maintained by human beings as the more dominant animal. Human perceptions of animal emotions vary across species and contexts, shaping animals' well-being in ways that reveal human supremacy and reflect socially constructed beliefs rather than biological facts. Exercise 4. There are limits to the use of the experimental method when a scientist cannot control the situations that are significant for the solution of problems. In the social sciences, less use can be made of the method of controlled experiment because the investigator cannot control the situations. For example, one way to prove or disprove the proposition that high tariffs bring prosperity would be to apply very heavy tariffs to all goods entering the United States for a considerable period of time, while holding constant all other factors affecting business activity. If a sustained increase in prosperity followed, we would then have substantial evidence to support the thesis that high duties are a cause of prosperity. No investigator can control the country's tariff policy, and even if she could, while the high tariff was in effect, many other social changes would be taking place, such as strikes, the establishment of new industries, and perhaps even wars. Some of these other changes would doubtless have much more influence on the state of national prosperity than would the high tariff, and would make it impossible to separate out the effects of the high tariff from the effects of all these other events. Exercises 5 and 6. The tourism and hospitality industry is particularly sensitive to economic cycles and political trouble and can be badly affected in times of uncertainty. For example, the global nature of the industry means that it is vulnerable to external events that cause fluctuations in tourist visits and spend. The global 2001 through 2004 economic downturn, 9/11, the Iraq War, and the outbreak of SARS all led to a drop in revenue in the industry. These factors reduced the number of travelers internationally and increased uncertainty and fragility in the tourism market. Many of these aspects are particularly pronounced in the airline industry, and trade unions have often railed against the manner in which employees are used as shock absorbers to protect the industry from the cyclical nature of the market. These hard approaches to HRM have seen major redundancy programs in a number of airlines in recent years, especially after 9/11. On the other hand, a number of companies have sought a more soft approach to HRM, which aimed at increasing the customer responsiveness of their frontline staff. British Airways, for example, had a series of initiatives in the 1980s and 1990s, such as putting people first and winning for customers. Among other things, these initiatives sought to introduce teamwork, implement extensive training programs, enhance quality procedures, and develop multi-skilled staff. As companies alternate between hard and soft approaches to HRM, employees may become confused as to what the company message is. Ultimately, employees may well be a company's greatest asset, but in times of uncertainty and downturn are equally expendable, as recent history suggests. Exercise 7. One of the most widely debated applications of AI in law enforcement is predictive policing, where algorithms analyze historical crime data to predict where crimes are likely to occur and who may be involved. By identifying high-risk areas and individuals, predictive policing aims to allocate law enforcement resources more efficiently and reduce crime. However, predictive policing has been criticized for perpetuating bias and discrimination, particularly against minority communities. If an AI system is trained on biased data that reflects historical patterns of over-policing in certain neighborhoods, it may disproportionately target those areas for increased law enforcement presence, reinforcing existing inequalities. This has raised concerns about the fairness and accuracy of predictive policing systems and the potential for unjust outcomes. For example, a predictive policing system used by the Los Angeles Police Department was found to disproportionately target Black and Latino communities, leading to heightened surveillance and increased arrests in those areas. Critics argue that predictive policing systems must be carefully designed and rigorously tested to ensure that they do not perpetuate racial bias or undermine trust in law enforcement. Exercise 8. We use the oceans as a source of food. However, present fishing methods have become so efficient that we have dangerously depleted fish stocks over large parts of the ocean. We are only just beginning to develop the technology to grow marine organisms as agriculture in the same way as we farm the land. Indeed, this is probably the last major untapped food resource on the planet. At the same time, we use the oceans as a repository for our waste, often assuming the oceans are so large that they have an infinite capacity to absorb our pollutants. Yet, it is clear from the increased incidence of toxic plankton blooms and other undesirable effects that this is not true. For all these reasons, it is important that we study the oceans and understand how they operate. Exercise 9. At the very minimum, genetic evolution has given all humans similarly programmed sense organs and brains, giving them a developmental bias called prepared learning. This means that humans are innately prepared to learn certain behaviors and predisposed to avoid others. Humans are innately set up to see and hear things and then to set about imitating them. Thus, useful things like multiplication tables and less useful things like the crazy frog ringtone are replicated and spread. Humans are the physical hosts needed for memes to spread. The meme does not need to be useful to the host. It does not even need to make sense or be beneficial. As an example, Blackmore argues that it was through infectious imitation, rather than an understanding of its long-term benefit, that agriculture became fashionable. Farming uses far more energy and time than hunting and gathering. Being tied to one location makes the farmer more vulnerable to drought, flood, disease, or attack. So the farmer seems to have chosen a risky life of endless toil for no obvious benefit. Humans inherently learn some behaviors and avoid others, spreading memes not for usefulness, but by copying others' actions or reactions, as shown in agriculture. Exercise 10. Censorship is a means of preventing the expression of ideas, speech, or behavior. Social, religious, political, military, and other authorities practice censorship in the name of the common good of society, seeking to protect it from heresy, treason, or ideological error. In one form or another, censorship has existed universally throughout Greek history. Most of the censorship among the ancient Greeks occurred over religious and political ideas. The common charge was impiety, acebaia, since they believed that the gods could actively help or harm the city-state. Impious behavior that might invoke divine anger was punished. Sparta imposed a rigid system of censorship to protect its militarism. Books, music, and even learned men were banned. Greek tyrants exercised censorship to silence and eliminate their opponents. Generally speaking, under the tyrants and many other rulers, censorship was identical with harsh repression. Exercises 11 and 12. Curiously, it became rather trendy in the late 20th century to claim to know nothing about science or mathematics. There was a popular belief that scientific knowledge was somehow at odds with being a cultured individual. when in fact it is central to it. In 1959, the English scientist and novelist C.P. Snow delivered a famous lecture in which he spoke of the distance and even animosity that existed between the two cultures of science and the arts, or humanities. This deep division in intellectual life was, he felt, holding up human progress. The divide remained and even increased in the following decades. It might now be narrowing, but it's far from closed. More people, though, now recognize that knowing about science is not a mark of Philistinism, but the very opposite. An informed appreciation of the world around us, the laws it follows, and how we can discover those laws, puts us in the best position to make the most of our individual lives and the resources the planet affords us as a species. The loss of wild places was mourned poetically by 19th century writers, such as Wordsworth or Thoreau, and demonstrated a need to find out how to renew and protect the environment. But this deep regret for what humans have done to the world, invoked through the arts, can be used in helpful action through the application of science and understanding. Exercise 1. Problems such as recency error occur because human memory is fallible, and it is challenging for raters to remember all of what happened during the appraisal period. One method of dealing with this is to keep performance logs. As raters record instances of high and low performance, there will be more documentation of important performance incidents, and the actual appraisal will be a better reflection of important occurrences of the appraisal period. Of course, the success of this method will depend on the rater's persistence in recording performance information, which may be hard to do due to the time pressures that managers face. Increasingly, diary keeping does not necessarily reduce the effects of liking on performance ratings. In fact, when raters keep a performance diary for employees, there tends to be a stronger relationship between liking and ratings. It could be that when they keep diaries, raters are more likely to note positive events for employees they like and negative events for employees they dislike. At the same time, researchers also showed that diary keeping improves rater reactions to the performance appraisal system, probably because diary keeping improves recall and makes rating easier. Exercise 2. The most effective strategies for the compartmentalization of micro-identities have strong boundaries. Strong boundaries help entrepreneurs keep their identities as entrepreneurs and identities that are not related to work distinct. In other words, interruptions from one identity to another are minimal. These rare transitions between identities enable the individual to balance his or her distinctiveness and belonging needs. For instance, moving from a family identity to a founder identity at the beginning of a day fulfills a founder's need for distinctiveness, and the transition from a founder identity to that of an athlete at the end of the day fulfills his or her need to belong. Yet, trying to maintain separate identities with deliberately infrequent transitions using a compartmentalization strategy makes it challenging to establish synergies. That is, two identities need to integrate for the effective realization of synergies. So realizing potential synergies relies on the degree to which identities interact and are coordinated. Therefore, entrepreneurs who utilize compartmentalization to manage multiple micro-identities have increased psychological well-being in the case of strong boundaries between identities, but have decreased psychological well-being when there are weak boundaries. Exercise 3. Although older adults often notice their increased memory difficulties, there are also benefits to the way that older adults' brains record information. While younger adults' brains may be drafting memory structures with lots of details, some of them unimportant, older adults' memory structures are more likely to include just the essential elements. Remembering just the critical information can make it easier for older adults to avoid the common pitfall of missing the forest for the trees. allowing them to grasp the overall importance of a situation. The way older adults' brains build memory structures can also make it easier for them to see commonalities between different situations and to understand how knowledge acquired in one context can be applied to the situation at hand. In fact, some of the wisdom that comes with aging may be attributable to changes in the way the aging brain builds its memory structures. Compared to the brains of younger adults, those of older adults tend to retain core ideas, enabling them to identify shared aspects and contexts and develop wisdom from accumulated mental frameworks. Exercise 4. In an effort to appear easygoing, we may often avoid speaking out for the things that we want or need from life, whether that be in personal relationships or in our working lives. This means we'll avoid negotiation because it just doesn't feel natural. Many of us assume that negotiating will endanger ongoing relationships with a loved one or with an employer. But in many cases, this assumption is wrong, and avoiding negotiation means everyone loses. The partner in a relationship who never voices their needs may be taken for granted and decide to leave. The single parent who won't ask for flexible working may end up quitting a good job for a dead-end one that better fits the school day. But by careful negotiation, such endings can be avoided. The key is identifying and striving for areas of mutual advantage that will allow everyone to benefit in some way. If this happens, both relationships can emerge intact. Negotiating didn't necessarily entail conflict. There may be tough moments on the way to resolution, but by negotiating the problems side by side, you're actually investing in the future relationship rather than damaging it. Exercises 5 and 6. Consumers orient themselves in retail stores with the help of spatial references between objects. The olive oil is on the right under the balsamic vinegar, and pictorial elements on the shelf opposite the red column. Studies also show that consumers orient themselves to distinctive features in the store, such as the main aisles, large objects such as refrigerator counters or display units, as well as colored surfaces and advertising boards. These objects are usually located in the peripheral areas of the store. Therefore, consumers better remember the location of products that are located outside the store. Product locations in the interior of the store are less well remembered because they offer fewer landmarks and are very similar in structure and layout. To help consumers find their way around the space and to ease the burden on employees, some retailers are setting up touch screens and electronic info terminals. Some retailers have also developed apps that navigate customers through the store. Depending on the retailer, the apps offer additional value such as discounts, coupons, and product info. Newer developments include so-called beacons, small Bluetooth transmitters that are attached to shelves, signs, or doors, for example, and communicate with the customer's smartphone. With the help of the small transmitters, retailers can even determine the location of the consumers in the store, navigate them through the store to a special offer, or grant them an individual discount, and thus influence their consumer behaviors. Exercise 7. Dollarization refers to a situation where a country adopts a foreign currency like the US dollar as its own. The main disadvantage of dollarization is the loss of autonomy. By coming under the control of the US Federal Reserve Board, a nation would lose control over its own monetary and, to a certain extent, even its fiscal policy. Most nations will consider the cost of coming under another central bank control too big a loss of autonomy to contemplate, though there have been times, such as in the case of Ecuador, where the instabilities were so great that this loss of economic sovereignty may well have been worthwhile. The only way that the advantages of common currencies will be feasible and more widely acceptable is if we can think of central banks as being answerable to all the nations that use the common currency. The European Central Bank does have this feature of multi-country democracy, and that is the reason why the euro, despite its recent instability, is expected to be a net gain for all the nations that have it as their currency. Exercise 8. Inuit use the stars as one of their navigation tools, making periodic adjustments for the star's apparent movement. Their calculations involved a thorough knowledge of star and constellation positions in relation to their seasonal and nocturnal cycles. However, depending entirely on observing the stars would be totally impractical, as the stars were frequently obscured by cloud, fog, or blowing snow. For almost 5 months a year, the stars could not be observed at all due to the extremely long days. Consequently, star observations were used as one aspect of the navigational methods along with wind direction, the set of snowdrifts, landmarks, sea currents and floating seaweed, cloud formations and movement, and atmospheric effects. While often traveling on moving sea ice, wayfinders modified their direction, allowing for the movement of the ice and their own passage over it. Hunters also drew navigational insight from the behavior of their sled dogs and other animals such as walruses and birds. Exercise 9. The urge to leave is easy to understand from an animal perspective. Mammals cluster when predators lurk and spread out when it's safe. Tigers and orangutans are the only mammals with no predators and the only mammals who live alone. Gibbons space themselves out in pairs to prevent conflict. It's easy to see how humans would try to avoid conflict by spacing themselves out. Not only does it improve access to resources, but it frees you from being at the bottom of the hierarchy. If you persuade others to leave with you, you are suddenly in the one-up position. Some people surely perished when they left their natal groups, but others went on to create new settlements that would fissure themselves in time. Leaving is an effective way to raise your status when you don't expect to win a direct conflict. In order to avoid social conflict, humans, like some other animals, may quit their original groups, which can eventually elevate their social standing. Exercise 10. The act of remembering something is a process of bringing back online those neurons that were involved in the original experience. The neurons represent the world to us as the thing is happening, and, as we recall it, those same neurons represent the things to us. Once we got those neurons to become active in a fashion similar to how they were doing the original event, we experience the memory as a lower resolution replay of the original event. If only we could get every one of those original neurons active in exactly the same way they were the first time, our recollections would be strikingly vivid and realistic. But remembering is imperfect. The institutions for which neurons need to be gathered and how exactly they need to fire are weak and degraded, leading to a representation that is only a dim and often inaccurate copy of the real experience. Memory is fiction. It may present itself to us as fact, but is highly susceptible to distortion. Memory is not just a replaying, but a rewriting. Exercises 11 and 12. Darwin said that there must be some sort of evolutionary advantage associated with humor, and it does indeed appear that humans developed it directly because it has numerous positive properties and very few negative ones. Laughing uses up energy, perhaps, and the noise created by laughter might have made our early ancestors vulnerable to predators. But these potential problems are far outweighed by the benefits. Some argue that the pleasure associated with humorous exchange replaced the pleasure derived from social grooming at some stage in our development. Both laughter and social grooming release endogenous opiates, and so the feelings of gratification positively reinforce both types of behavior. Thus, it seems that one early function of humor was as a social lubricant, and the fundamental evolutionary purpose of humor and laughter was to facilitate cooperation between people. Essentially, a laughing response signals that one is both ready and able to cooperate. Observations of primates suggest that humor might be linked to our need to partake in mock aggression and create safe spaces where social conflicts can be resolved. Similarly, anthropologists note that humor in traditional societies often takes the form of joking relationships between people, or individual clowning, whose purpose is to relieve tensions. Humor can enable expressions of pseudo-violence and activities that allow the saving of face. It permits social hierarchies to be sustained and can work to reinforce social bonds. Number 1. Dear Ms. Crump, I have reviewed your February 9th letter and fully understand your concerns. Your excellent article made a significant contribution to our journal, and I'm sorry we have not returned the favor. We work with a public relations firm that selects 1 or 2 articles from each issue for publicity. Unfortunately, the press release based on your article did not clearly attribute the research to your organization, leading some editors to mistakenly believe that our journal had conducted the study. We recognize the oversight and regret any confusion this may have caused. The research results should have been clearly credited to your organization. We have since addressed this issue with the PR firm to ensure that proper attribution is made moving forward. Again, my apologies. Thank you for your understanding and for your outstanding contribution. Sincerely, David Parker. Number 2. The snowstorm covered everything. Emma stood still, holding the leash in her hand. Max, she called, but the wind took her voice away. He was gone. Her chest felt heavy, and her fingers trembled on the leash. There were no sounds, no paw prints, just white everywhere. She called his name again and again, but nothing answered. A terrible thought crept in. What if he's gone forever? It felt like she had already lost him forever. Then she heard a bark far off. Her heart jumped. She turned around. Max was running to her through the snow. Emma fell to her knees and opened her arms. Max jumped into her arms. She held him close, tears streaming as her fear of losing him melted away. He was safe. He was back. They were together again. Number 3. There is a perception that there is a distinct language of science and research that has an idiosyncratic style that is formal, stilted, and unlike the everyday language by which we normally communicate. Because it is unfamiliar to most people, it makes them uncertain about getting words together to get started. Fortunately, the perception of scientific writing as a stiff, formal, and difficult medium is an illusion. It is perpetuated to a degree by the fact that it is easy to unearth examples of stiff, formal, and difficult writing in the scientific journals. Not surprisingly, these examples are usually in articles that are also difficult to read. But the basic language of science is simple, clear English. Nothing more, nothing less. Certainly, many things discussed in scientific writing contain specific, sometimes complex, and to many people unfamiliar terms and expressions. In view of the requirements to be precise in scientific writing, you must use these terms and expressions, but the words that explain these should be as simple as you can make them. Number 4. Plants have life histories. They sink roots, grow, sprout leaves and shed them, bring forth seeds and scatter them, and in the end die. Like plants, animals transform food, grow, reproduce, and die. But they are marked off from plants by their powers of sense. Even the most primitive animal has the sense of touch, and their life histories differ from those of plants in consisting in part of responses to what they sense. Moreover, while the responses of the lower animals to what they sense, of shellfish and worms, for example, are rigidly fixed. Some of those of higher animals show them to be aware of others as possible. As Stephen Clark points out, the macaque who found out how to separate wheat from sand by throwing handfuls of the two combined into the sea discerned a possibility different from that of trying to pick the wheat from the sand grain by grain, and every dog lover has his tales to tell. Number 5. Unlike Vegas, what happens in the university doesn't stay in the university. Universities are cultural centers, research institutes, and halls of education. University culture leaks out into the broader culture almost by osmosis. Many people gravitate to the university's events, productions, and outreach programs, and are thereby influenced by its culture. Universities are among the best, and ideally the least biased, centers of knowledge production. Just compare other research centers connected to corporations or politically motivated think tanks. As a society, we turn to universities to help identify which statements, ideas, and values we can trust. Universities then transmit both information and intellectual culture to students. In this way, these institutions produce the educational and cultural elite who will later go into the professions, head industries, establish charities, produce media, and shape public policy. Done right, universities are invaluable. Done wrong, they are a means of harmful cultural indoctrination without equal. Number 6. Philosophy doesn't just seek knowledge. It tries to find the meaning and relevance of that knowledge. It seeks not just an understanding of what we are and what the world is, but an understanding of why things are the way they are, what difference it makes, and how we can know what is possible for us to know and what is not. Philosophy is the mother of all other fields of knowledge. Philosophy established the very idea of science, for example, and continues to ask the questions that science cannot answer. How science works and what its limitations are. The same holds true for psychology, which can tell us a great deal about how the mind works, but stops short of asking what a mind is. Here, psychology must return to the most fundamental questions, still within the realm of philosophy. Number 7. Immersive theater dates back to the Middle Ages with a call and response. The players would call out something and expect the audience to answer. Immersive theater is also known as site-specific or participatory theater, a form that takes audiences to all kinds of places, both physical and emotional. A recent example of a near-legendary immersive theater production, often referenced by storytellers and immersive media, is Sleep No More. It is a site-specific retelling of Macbeth. Audience members enter and receive a mask, and then are taken into an elevator and let out on one of the multiple floors within the performance space. The location is designed as a hotel and becomes a character in and of itself. Once they arrive on their floor, the audience is free to roam and explore wherever they please. Performers appear, and audience members are encouraged to follow them. But it remains up to each audience member if they do that or not. The entire story plays out simultaneously across multi-floors, making it impossible to see every moment of the play in one go. Therefore, every audience member's experience is unique, with infinite possibilities of how to engage with the experience. Number 8. Share of U.S. respondents who are vegetarian, vegan, or do not follow any nutrition rules by generation. The graph above shows the share of U.S. respondents who are vegetarian, vegan, or do not follow any nutrition rules by generation. The highest percentage of respondents who do not follow any nutrition rules is among baby boomers at 65%, while the lowest is among Gen Z at 44%. Among the 4 generation groups, Gen Z has the highest percentage of vegans, but this percentage is slightly lower than that of vegetarians in that generation. Additionally, millennials and Gen Z have the same percentage of vegetarians, 8%, the highest among all generations, followed by Generation X with 3%. Generation X has the second highest percentage of respondents who do not follow any nutrition rules, but the gap between vegetarians and vegans in Generation X is larger than that in baby boomers. Among all generations, baby boomers have the lowest percentage of individuals following a vegan or vegetarian diet at 1% and 2% respectively. Number 9. Althea Gibson was born in Silver, South Carolina, and grew up in Harlem, New York City. Gibson was given her first tennis racket by a musician named Buddy Walker, who introduced her to the game of tennis. Harlem, where she lived, did not have many tennis courts, so she had to practice on handball courts. Gibson began taking tennis lessons, and a year later, she won first prize in a tournament sponsored by the American Tennis Association. She played so well that 2 African American medical doctors who were interested in promoting African American tennis players became her mentors. They provided her with the moral and financial support to compete at the highest level of tennis. At age 23, Gibson became the first African American to compete at the U.S. National Championships. In 1957, she won both the singles and doubles championships at Wimbledon, London. In 1971, she took her place in the International Tennis Hall of Fame. Number 10. Tie-Dye for a Cause. Join our exciting tie-dye charity event, where you can design vibrant, one-of-a-kind creations while supporting a meaningful cause. All proceeds from this event will be donated to the Children's Hospital. Date and time: April 17th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Location: Lakewood Park. Participation fee: $40. Includes all tie-dye colors, rubber bands, and snacks. Age: open to all ages. Children under 12 must be accompanied by an adult. Participants will learn different tie-dye techniques, create personalized t-shirts, socks, tote bags, and more. Enjoy music, snacks, and a fun creative atmosphere. Notice: please bring a white t-shirt or any white cotton item you'd like to tie-dye and a plastic bag to take your finished items home. Wear clothes you don't mind getting dirty. Aprons are provided but limited. Parking is limited, so please register in advance to reserve your space. Number 11. Urban Farming Workshops. Grow your own food anywhere, anytime. Even with limited space, you can garden with less stress, less water, and a lot more fun. Date and location: workshops run on the 2nd and 4th Saturdays of June and July, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Maplewood Community Center, rooms B1, B2, B3. Choose your workshop. Pick one of 3 hands-on workshops. Maximum 15 participants per workshop. Small space gardening. Learn to grow herbs and vegetables in small places like windows or corners. Make your own soil mix. Turn food waste into rich soil for your plants. Recycled plant pots. Create cool plant pots using old items from home. Registration details: open to ages 12 through 18. Pre-registration is required. Workshop fee: $8. Materials included. Sign up at www.urbanfarm_u.org. Number 12. Male parental investment is generally pretty low for mammals as a class of animals. Human males, however, tend to buck this trend. Men from all cultures invested in their children by providing food and protection and through teaching. Interestingly, how much direct time fathers spend with their offspring varies quite considerably between cultures. One study, which looked at 186 different cultures, uncovered a surprising trend. Although cross-culturally all men provide for their offspring, fathers in hunter-gatherer societies devote significantly more time and effort to child rearing than in other societies, including modern industrialized ones. This may sound surprising, but is probably related to the fact that men in societies which have developed agriculture and industry later on spend much more of their time on the farm, at the office, factory, sports ground than those in forager societies. Bearing in mind that, for the vast majority of the Pleistocene, we were all hunter-gatherers. This might suggest the modern pattern of men spending relatively little of their time with their children in a recent phenomenon. Alternatively, it might also be argued that by spending more time away at work, men also contribute to the survival of their children. Number 13. Emotional labor refers to the effort required to manage one's feelings or emotions at work according to the emotional requirements of the situation. Emotional labor involves closing the gap between what you are feeling, e.g., disappointment that you didn't get a promotion, and what you want to express, e.g., happiness for your colleague who did get the promotion. Emotional labor has two dimensions: surface acting and deep acting. In surface acting, a person acts in a particular way without experiencing the emotion. This is done by modifying facial expressions and body pose to express an emotion that is not felt. A leader might smile and pat an employee on the back, for example, without genuinely feeling emotions such as happiness, friendliness, or gratitude. Surface acting typically comes across as inauthentic. Deep acting, in contrast, involves shifting one's internal feelings so that they are more appropriate to the situation, producing a more genuine emotional response. Deep acting involves an active effort to modify one's emotions. A leader often must draw on qualities deep within to manage negative emotions and shift toward more positive ones. Number 14. One thing that failure strips us of is a feeling that we might be good people. This might indicate that we must therefore be bad, but the reality is more complicated. Ironically, people who are genuinely good, people who know about kindness, patience, forgiveness, compromise, apology, and gentleness, always suspect that they aren't very good. It seems one cannot both be a good person and at the same time feel blameless or pure inside. Goodness is, one might say, the unique consequence of a keen and ongoing awareness of one's capacity to be bad. That is, to be thoughtless, foolish, cruel, self-righteous, and ignorant of the legitimate needs of others. Only on the basis of a perpetual vigilant impression that one hasn't got the right to judge oneself above suspicion does one come anywhere near the ethical high standard that merits the title of good. The price of being genuinely good is the constant idea that one might be a monster, combined with a fundamental hesitation about labeling anyone else monstrous. A guilty conscience is the bedrock of virtue, and all this comes easily to the field. Number 15. The fundamental dilemma of computer security describes how people want security but are ill-equipped to make the decisions that would enable them to assess or improve their security. Attempts to solve the fundamental dilemma by training users have largely been unsuccessful. And so, rather than attempting to help users to make better choices, it is better to simply reduce their choices. When people enter an elevator, they do not worry that pushing the wrong button will send them plummeting to their death. A technology should expose only those aspects that allow the user to operate it and not require the user to make decisions that can endanger themselves and others. A famous IT company embraced this philosophy to good effect with their strategy of secure by design and secure by default. In recent years, the company has continued to lead the way by making the installation of security patches automatic in their operating system products. When a person uses one of those computers, the choice of whether to install a security patch is simply no longer presented. Number 16. What is considered to be a major distinction between art and science, the subjective versus the objective stance, begins to blur upon closer inspection. Art often depicts the outer world along with the inner, and science not only investigates subjective experience, but also, as science writer George Johnson has extensively documented, provides abundant indications that objectivity is a goal that can never be completely realized. Subjective and objective viewpoints, then, exist on a continuum along which art and science approach each other. This suggests that the underlying cognitive processes involved in art and science are more similar than otherwise, a suggestion that is supported by creativity studies and by the efforts of philosopher Paul Churchland. After reviewing recent results from neuroscience and artificial intelligence, Churchland concludes that from a neurocognitive point of view, the differences between art and science are superficial. Number 17. Newton defined his scientific enterprise as the search for a small number of mathematical laws, from which one could deduce observed regularities in nature. His domain was the physics of motion, which he proposed to explain in terms of 3 laws of motion and a law of gravity, and he showed how his laws could precisely account for the movement of the bodies in the solar system. As an example of the Newtonian style of explanation, we will take the law of gravity. Between any 2 bodies there is a mutually attracting force, whose strength is inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Newton was criticized by his contemporaries for failing to provide any mechanism to explain how gravity worked. To them, action at a distance between 2 objects smacked of magic. Newton, however, replied, "Hypotheses non fingo. I do not propose hypotheses." Newton refused, in other words, to explain his principle of gravity. For him, it was sufficient to postulate a force from which one could predict the motions of the heavenly bodies. Number 18. Every time we ingest something, the immune system in our gut must discern what is friend and what is enemy, either welcoming or expelling nutrients, microorganisms, bacteria, and bugs. A healthy immune system remains quietly vigilant, like a muscular guard, admitting the good and swiftly destroying the bad. But when the gut gets attacked by a relentless, unruly crowd, toxins in the environment, a nutrient-deficient diet, stress, medications, or other factors, the guard gets overwhelmed and our defenses are weakened. Maintaining a balanced intake of nutrients is essential for promoting the growth of beneficial bacteria and supporting immunity. That's when opportunistic bad bacteria make their move. These troublemakers take advantage of our impaired immunity and find their way in. Number 19. Flavor pulls on our brains in subtle but powerful ways. When odor information, the most important component of flavor, enters the brain, it goes directly to the ancient parts of the brain responsible for emotion and memory. It doesn't reach the conscious, logical part of the cerebral cortex until several stops later. That's the neuroscientific basis for flavor's remarkable ability to move us. A taste of a favorite food can transport us back to our childhood more powerfully than a song or a photo ever could. It's no accident that Marcel Proust's 7-volume Remembrance of Things Past was sparked by the flavor of a madeleine or tea cake. That emotional pull may also explain why immigrants hold on to the flavors of their native country long after they've adopted new languages, new modes of dress, even sometimes new religions. Food binds ethnic groups together across generations and across oceans and national boundaries. We so often use flavors as ethnic markers, with the treasures of one culture being seen, at least initially, as disgusting by others. The French have their stinky cheeses, the Americans their peanut butter, the Australians Vegemite, and the Japanese the mucilaginous fermented soybeans called natto. Number 20. Education is a positional good. Possession of a university qualification indicates an academic achievement that makes a graduate a more valuable employee. But when university education was accessible only to the social elite, possession of a university qualification also indicated membership of the elite. It therefore also had considerable positional value. With the mass expansion of higher education following World War II, possession of a university degree no longer signals such exclusivity. However, some institutions remain accessible mostly only to members of the social elite. These institutions, normally the oldest, and almost always the universities well established before the mass expansion of higher education, have greater positional value than other normally younger institutions. Examples of these institutions are the Ivy League in the USA, Oxford and Cambridge in the UK, and the Sandstones in Australia. So, as access to higher education expands, the desire for social differentiation is increasingly sought, not just in the fact of graduating from a university, but in the choice of institution, program, and higher degree studies. The expansion of participation, therefore, leads to overtly tiered systems, whatever their official designation by government. Number 21. From the windows of a space capsule, astronauts cannot see state borders, political tensions, ideological differences, or social distinctions. They cannot see people falling in love, building friendships, or celebrating successes, and neither can they see unfulfilled hopes, broken promises, or shattered expectations. But they can discern the sharp contrast between the universe's lifeless darkness and the shimmering fields of green and blue that make up the planet Earth. They can intuitively grasp the fragile balance and clear limitations of the atmosphere's closed system. They can immediately recognize the human race's common destiny and the deeper meaning of words, such as responsibility, fairness, equality, and sustainability. From outer space, it becomes obvious that it is not possible to compensate for the careless destruction of nature and overconsumption of our planet's resources by taking from someone else or something else. We can only take from one another or from those who will come after us. It becomes evident that it is only through collaboration and peaceful coexistence that we can take care of our planet, solve our common challenges, and provide good lives for more people and future generations. Number 22. Phantom language learners, who we define as individuals who engage in language learning as fans of specific cultural content, are deeply embedded within the cultural context of their fandom community. This particularly seems to be the trend for the years in which Generation MZ, a pairing of Millennials and Generation Z, engage in language learning. In England, there is great worry concerning the decline of foreign language learning at present. Enrollments in GCSE French and German, in particular, have decreased by nearly half from 1996 to 2021. While overall we witnessed fewer A-level language entries in the 2023 academic year compared to 2022. However, this does not mean that Gen MZ has no interest in language learning. On the contrary, Gen MZ's language learning motivators by and large seem to be different from older generations. Most of Gen MZ seem to learn foreign languages due to a love for the culture and a desire to build international friendships. Of course, we cannot generalize this to all language learning everywhere around the world, but the trend seems to be clear in the age of social media. Number 23. The need for language and its use is of ancient origin. Earliest forms of man had to make do with the recognition of visual categories or patterns and to learn appropriate responses to them, e.g., the mate, the enemy, some prey. Dealing with the buzzing bloom confusion in this manner restricted early hominids to a day-by-day existence. As speech and language evolved, these visual categories could be captured in speech, facilitating through verbal means a recall of visual patterns for later use. Speech was responsible for making possible the common sharing of visual patterns, especially in relation to the rearing of the young. The further development of speech led to the development of the facility to create categories of categories. This, in time, led to the assembly of categories into myths, a visual and verbal world. It is within this world or culture that language as a tool for communication evolves. However, a primary function of language was and continues to be that of categorization rather than simply communication. In fact, it is the use of language to categorize the infinite multiplicity of sensory data into manageable units and to label these units for subsequent recall and use that makes communication possible. The primary function of language is to categorize sensory experience into shared, structured units, enabling not only communication, but also the development of symbolic systems like myth and culture. Numbers 24 and 25. Signals that assert dominance tend to be derived from attack intention movements. The dominant individual assumes an upright posture, facing directly toward the subordinate, and makes a gesture that is an intention movement to strike, or is a subtly derived version of such a movement. Thus, in monkeys and apes, including humans, we can read dominant status by posture alone. Signals of subordinate status are derived from protective movements. The subordinate animal crouches, hunches, or lowers the head and turns away. This kind of signaling, where animals contest dominant status, or more directly, ownership of a resource, tends to have elements that one could call dishonest. The false signaling of body size is very common. In aggressive display, individuals adopt postures that make them appear larger, and they often have physical structures to enhance the illusion. For example, male bison increase their apparent size during the mating season with a huge crown of hair on top of the head, a large dangling beard, and big tufts of hair on the lower legs. One of the male threat postures is to face directly toward his opponent, with the head slightly lowered. In front view, these three hair accessories greatly increase the male's apparent size. After the mating season, the males lose most of the extra hair. More rarely, animals succeed in transmitting false information about their abilities, as well as their size. However, we only know of a few examples because, in contests, the assessment of rivals is usually thorough. Numbers 26 through 28. After graduating from college, two brothers, Jim and Tom, decided to live on their own. They moved into a new house far from their parents' home. The new house had a spacious yard with a small lawn and numerous smaller plants. At the time of the move, Jim had just got a new job, and he was busy with work, while Tom was occupied with settling into the new environment. Consequently, they weren't doing a very good job of maintenance, especially of cutting the grass. In the first few weeks, the yard quickly became a wild tangle of overgrown grass and wild shrubs. The beautiful flowers and plants started to look uncared for. Jim tried to help by doing some lawn work during his breaks, but he ended up busy with urgent tasks, like unpacking boxes or arranging furniture. Meanwhile, Tom was also busy handling household chores and exploring the new neighborhood. Every day brought new problems, and they simply had other priorities. One evening, Jim noticed that something seemed different when he got home, but he didn't give it much thought. Then one day, he arrived to find the grass freshly cut and neatly trimmed around the edges of the sidewalks and driveway. He realized that someone had been weeding and pruning almost daily while he was away at work. Thinking it must have been Tom, he thanked his brother that evening, only to discover that Tom wasn't the one who had done it. Startled and curious, the brothers decided to keep watch. After watching for a week, they finally saw the person in the middle of the act of trimming their garden. It was their 86-year-old neighbor, Mr. Okumoto. He had been diligently maintaining not only the yard of Jim and Tom's new home, but also those around his own. He went far beyond a simple act of maintenance. He became a quiet guardian of the neighborhood's aesthetic. The well-kept garden became a reminder that even during life's overwhelming challenges or transitions, small acts of kindness can foster a sense of community and support. Number 1. Dear Dr. Gardner, our company has enjoyed supporting Riverbend Community College in many ways over the years, and we appreciate the opportunities you and your organization provide to so many deserving students. Thank you for considering our facilities for your graduation ceremony on June 3rd. While we would love to host Riverbend Community College as we have in the past, this year our company-wide sales meetings will be held during the weeks of May 25th and June 1st. With more than 200 sales representatives and their families joining us from around the world, activities will take place throughout our facility. Due to this scheduling conflict, we regret that we will not be able to host your graduation ceremony this year. We hope you understand our situation and wish you the best of luck in finding an alternative venue. We will continue to be a strong partner to Riverbend Community College and support your efforts as you move forward. Sincerely, Kate Hewitt, Director of Public Relations. Number 2. On Christmas Day, the legendary comedian Bob Hope visited our air base in Saudi Arabia, continuing his tradition of entertaining troops overseas. As his departure time neared, I happened to be by Hope's plane and saw him and his wife approaching. While he walked up the stairs to the plane, I searched for a scrap of paper to get his autograph, but all I found was a Saudi Riyal note. I asked for his autograph, but his wife intervened, saying he was too tired and they had to leave. My heart sank. It felt like my only opportunity was slipping away. I really wanted his autograph. But then Hope cheerfully said, "Sure, I've always got time for you. That's why I'm here." He came back down the ladder, took the note from my hand, and signed it. Then he spoke to me personally. He expressed his deep gratitude for my service and told me to return home safely. Tears began to fill my eyes as his unexpected kindness moved me deeply. His heartfelt words were a Christmas gift I will never forget. Number 3. Requesting help will always require great discretion. We are unlikely to improve our relationships by becoming a nuisance or heavy-handedly persuading others to help us when they are already struggling to cope with the pressure of their own lives. For this reason, it is essential that we offer plenty of opportunities for people to decline our requests without losing face. One option is to provide verbal recognition of the other responsibilities the person is facing. I am lucky to be part of a network of mutually supportive writers who help to read drafts and soothe my frustration when the words do not flow as I would like. Whatever the favor I am asking, I always acknowledge the sheer number of similar requests my friends may be receiving on top of their regular work, and apologize if I am not contacting them at a convenient time. More often than not, I am surprised by just how quickly these acquaintances will offer to help, despite their busy schedules. But I hope that my wording makes it clear that I would fully understand a refusal without any offense being taken. Number 4. In a 2007 Harvard Business Review article, Duncan Watts and Jonah Peretti explain that big seed marketing combines the power of viral marketing with the power of traditional media. Viral marketing, Watts and Peretti wrote, assumes that one starts with a seed of individuals who spread a message by infecting their friends, where the expected number of new infectious people generated by each existing one is called the reproduction rate, or R. When R is greater than 1, each person who gets the message will, on average, spread it to more than one additional person, who then does the same thing, and so on, leading to exponential growth in the number of people who receive it, an epidemic. Where the analogy breaks down is when one starts to take scale into account. Unlike an infectious disease, after all, companies and political campaigns can control the size of their seed. Rather than starting with a small seed and hoping a message goes viral, they can start with a large seed. The beauty of big seed marketing is that it doesn't rely on luck or celebrity endorsement. As Watts and Peretti observe, big seed marketing employs the power of large numbers of ordinary people. Number 5. Eye contact is the key that unlocks the wisdom of your intuitions, because when you meet your smiling coworker's gaze, her smile triggers activity within your own brain circuitry that allows you to simulate, within your own brain, face, and body, the emotions you see emanating from hers. You now know, through this rapid and non-conscious simulation, more about what it feels like to have smiled like that. Access to this embodied feeling, this information springing up from within you, makes you wiser. You become more accurate, for instance, at discerning what her unexpected smile means. You are more attuned, less gullible. You intuitively grasp her intentions. She was being friendly after all. She was gloating. She wasn't looking to connect, but was instead self-satisfied. You come to recognize that not all smiles are sincere attempts for connection. Some smiles may even be flashed to exploit or control you. Just as you rely on your senses to discern nutritious from rotting food, so too can you rely on your senses to help you separate the honest from dishonest invitations for connection. Number 6. As commonly understood, multiculturalism posits that all ethnic groups in society should be able to exercise equal rights without having to give up their own culture, religion, and language. In practice, however, multiculturalism and multicultural urban planning are far from being fully realized. While the discourse and institutionalization of multiculturalism has been important in reversing the predominant practice of assimilation, the actual outcomes in terms of embracing diversity, identities, and cultural differences remain highly contested. Urban planning scholar Anastasia Lukaito-Sideris observes that ethnic minority neighborhoods are often described in negative terms by authorities that wish to eliminate, control, or regulate them. Similarly, Jacobs and Fincher argue that city governance has vacillated between celebrating and enhancing such diversity, on the one hand, and regulating and repressing it on the other. Sandercock notes that the multicultural city is perceived by many to be much more of a threat than an opportunity. Number 7. Psychologists used to associate scientific work exclusively with focused attention, while other, more floating kinds of attention were exclusively associated with creative work like art. We know today that we need both kinds of attention for art and science. It is not surprising, therefore, that this flexibility can be found among most, if not all, exceptional scientists. Ocean Vartanian compared and analyzed the daily workflows of Nobel Prize winners and other eminent scientists, and concluded that it is not a relentless focus, but flexible focus that distinguishes them. He explained, specifically, the problem-solving behavior of eminent scientists can alternate between extraordinary levels of focus on specific concepts and playful exploration of ideas. This suggests that successful problem-solving may be a function of flexible strategy application in relation to task demands. Number 8. The world's most visited museums. Most visited museums worldwide in 2022 in million visitors. The graph above shows the most visited museums in the world in 2022, providing the number of visitors in millions for each museum and indicating the percentage change from 2019. The Louvre recorded the highest number of visitors in 2022, exceeding 7 million despite a decrease from 19.5% from 2019. The Vatican museums had more than a quarter fewer visitors in 2022 than in 2019, but their percentage decrease in visitors was smaller than that of the British Museum and Tate Modern. Although the Natural History Museum in London experienced roughly twice the percentage decline of the National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C., it still attracted more visitors than the latter in 2022. The Tate Modern recorded the same number of visitors as the National Museum of Natural History in 2022, and it also experienced a smaller percentage decline than the latter. The National Museum of Korea was the only museum on the list that experienced an increase in visitor numbers. Number 9. The first Black American woman to receive a doctorate in chemistry, Marie M. Daly, was the daughter of an immigrant from the British West Indies. She loved nothing more to read about scientists from books in her grandfather's impressive library. Her father had run low on funds before he could finish his chemistry degree, but Marie was determined to pick up where he left off. Busting through gender and race boundaries, she attended Queen's College for her bachelor's degree in chemistry with top honors, NYU for her master's in 1 year, and Columbia for her doctorate. Marie then went on to work at Howard University, the Rockefeller Institute, Columbia University, Yeshiva University, the American Heart Association, the Einstein College of Medicine, and the New York Academy of Sciences. She set up a scholarship in her father's name for Black science students at Queen's College, forever cementing her dedication to education. Number 10. Smart Pet Feeder User Guide. 1. Switch button. Press gently to open the cover. 2. Setting button. Do not press when the motor is rotating. 1. Press once quickly for a share of feed to be released. 2. Hold for 5 seconds to reset the device. 3. Status indicator. 1. Light on, power on. 2. Light off, power off. 3. Flickering light, error. 4. Network indicator. Do not turn off or disconnect the network when the light is in quick flicker mode. 1. Light on, connecting to the network. 2. Light off, not connected to the network. 3. Slow flicker, waiting for a network connection. 4. Quick flicker, connected to the network. Number 11. Wild Nights, Sleepover at the Zoo. Experience the zoo like never before with an unforgettable overnight adventure. A wild and exciting experience awaits. Are you ready? Dates: October 16th to 17th and December 6th to 7th. Time: 5:30 p.m. through 10 a.m. Capacity: minimum of 20, maximum of 25 participants. What's included in your overnight experience? Animal encounters. Enjoy hands-on encounters with some of our friendly zoo animals. Dinner. Enjoy a healthy meal by the freshwater aquarium. Craft time. Get creative and make something fun for the zoo animals. guided night tour. Explore the zoo with a guide after dark. Light breakfast. Start your day with a morning meal. Reserve your spot. Email education@zoomiami.org to sign up. Note: if your group exceeds the maximum capacity, please email education@zoomiami.org to request accommodation for a larger sleepover group. For more information, contact education@zoomiami.org or call 305-255-5551. Number 12. Cataloging is a very obvious task, regardless of the nature of the material itself. The creation of a catalog is not an end in itself, but part of intellectual control, which involves tools such as finding aids, indexes, or other guides that help researchers to identify and locate pertinent archived material. Cataloging is a multi-layered activity that needs to consider the past, the present, and the future to develop a robust resource that will facilitate easy access to material over time. The past is relevant because of the principle of original order. It preserves the context of records by showing how they were ordered and used by their creator. Cataloging also considers the present because it reflects the structures or settings within which a catalog is created through the application of certain standards or the use of terminology. Finally, it must consider the future, since future users will need to be able to access material efficiently through a resource adapted to their time. In this regard, one evident challenge of cataloging scientific archives is the fact that science moves quickly, and so do the terms that it uses. Number 13. A nice example of a life history response to environmental selection pressures comes from guppies in Trinidad. Field and laboratory studies by Resnick and Endler have shown that guppies tend to mature and breed earlier in habitats where predators of the adult fish are common, and the prospect of long-term survival slim. In high-risk habitats, therefore, guppies adjust their life history strategy in favor of growth and reproduction, and away from long-term survival. Similarly, differences in predation pressure in lake-dwelling sticklebacks affect the tendency for males to develop the characteristic red throat during the breeding season. Bright red throats are attractive to females, but they also make males more conspicuous to predators. Moody found that males in shallower waters, where red throats were especially conspicuous, had much duller throats than those in more dimly lit deeper waters. In this case, therefore, investment in reproduction appeared to be traded off in favor of survival when predation risk was high. Number 14. Huang Si, Hoffman, and Wood manipulated source credibility to examine memory conformity effects in participants who received misinformation from one of two individuals that differed in perceived credibility. Participants, young adults, viewed a slideshow depicting a theft and were then presented with a narrative summarizing the incident. Depending on experimental conditions, high versus low credibility, this narrative was either introduced as being an account of the event, as remembered by a 28-year-old or an 82-year-old. In fact, the narratives were the same, each including 4 items of misinformation. After reading the narrative, participants were asked to provide their impressions of the witness by rating their perceived competence and honesty. The older witness was rated as being less competent, but more honest than the young witness. This lack of competence associated with the older witness was also associated with higher resistance to memory conformity. Conversely, for the young eyewitness, higher ratings of perceived competence were significantly associated with a larger memory conformity effect. Number 15. The social learning mechanisms available to adults are sufficient to transmit colony members' acquired food preferences to succeeding generations. In one example, colonies of 4 rats were induced to prefer either Japanese horseradish or cayenne pepper flavored food by making them ill after they ate the alternative diet. The rats in these founder colonies were gradually replaced with naive rats until the colonies were made up entirely of rats that had never been poisoned after eating either of the diets. Nevertheless, rats in each colony still preferred their colony's traditional diet. In one experiment, the tradition was maintained over 4 generations of replacement rats. Preference was still transmitted even when the new colony members never fed in the presence of the older members, but just interacted with them in the hours between daily feedings. Number 16. Imagine you're a 3-year-old child, and your curiosity draws you to eat something out of the garbage. Just as you pick up a half-eaten bar of chocolate, your mom yells, "No, don't eat that. It's disgusting." You stop and feel disgusted. You've never eaten garbage or had a bad experience as a result, but now you avoid eating it. Your mom was able to use her words to transfer her disgust reactions to you contingently. Yelling, "Disgusting," was a punishing stimulus that weakened your behavior. Now, anytime you hear the word disgusting, your reaction to the salient stimulus changes. You become cautious. Let's say you're looking at a pretty flower when the word disgusting is uttered. You immediately become cautious because of your history with the word. To go one step further, imagine that someone says you have disgusting hair. Now you transfer all of your properties associated with disgusting to yourself. You become disgusting. You might also try to psychologically distance yourself from the disgusting parts of yourself. Perhaps you'll avoid looking at your hair or wash it excessively. Note that you have never been directly reinforced for engaging in these behaviors. Such is the power of words. Number 17. Friendship-driven participation relies on peer-based learning dynamics, which have a different structure from formal instruction or parental guidance. The description of friendship-driven learning describes a familiar genre of peer-based learning, in which online networks are supporting those sometimes painful but important lessons in growing up, giving kids an environment to explore romance, friendship, and status, just as their predecessors did. In an environment where there are fewer and fewer spaces for kids to hang out informally in public space, these online friendship-driven networks are critical contexts for these forms of learning and sociability. Rather than construe these dynamics negatively or fearfully, we can consider them also as an integral part of developing a sense of personal identity as a social being. Peer-based learning relies on a context of reciprocity, in which kids feel they have a stake in self-expression as well as a stake in evaluating and giving feedback to one another. Unlike in more hierarchical and authoritative relations, both parties are constantly contributing and evaluating one another. Youth both connect with and compete with their peers. Number 18. Recently, researchers have suggested that the purpose of laughter is not just to communicate that one is in a playful state, but to actually induce this state in others as well. According to this view, the peculiar sounds of laughter have a direct effect on the listener, inducing positive emotional arousal that mirrors the emotional state of the laughter, perhaps by activating certain specialized brain circuits. In this way, laughter may serve an important biosocial function of coupling together the positive emotions of members of a group and, thereby, coordinating their activities. This would explain why laughter is so contagious. When we hear someone laughing, it is almost impossible not to feel mirthful and begin laughing too. There are common notions that individuals have signature laugh patterns, and some people may be known for their distinctive laughs. Yet another potential social function of laughter is to motivate others to behave in particular ways. For example, laughter can be a method of positively reinforcing others for desirable behavior, laughing with, as well as a potent form of punishment directed at undesirable behaviors, laughing at. Number 19. Interferences, e.g. noise, may disturb the signal transmission process. In addition to the signal, i.e. the message, the transmission process may contain additional elements. This can happen without the sender's intention and can cause noise. Possible sources of interference include sound distortion, when communicating over the phone, atmospheric interferences, when communicating via radio, or distorted images, when communicating via television. When applied to the context of direct communication, interferences can, for example, occur when the channel, i.e. the air, is not completely quiet. You may experience this yourself when attending a lecture. In this situation, you cannot expect that all of your classmates will pay close attention to what your professor is saying. If all students were silent, the ideal conditions for transferring a message would be given. If some students, however, are uninterested in the topic of the lecture, they might start whispering with each other. In this latter case, the channel is no longer free of background noise, and you may not be able to understand everything that is being said. Number 20. We all have multiple selves, parent, child, employee, etc. And each of these selves is defined in a web of relationships and has particular attributes. What determines which one we are in any given situation? The biggest determinant of who you are is probably where you are. And by where you are, I mean all the features of your situation, physical location, company you're with, nation you're in, and even the time of day. You are a different self at dinner with your college friends than at dinner with your family. Think of the last time you were out with close friends. Think about the way you spoke, the language you used, how loudly you spoke. Think about what a stranger looking at you might have thought. Now think about the last time you were in a professional setting, maybe an office meeting. Almost certainly you behaved differently. At least I hope you did. You might think you were the same self, but is that really true? Did you feel the same way? Probably not. Both of these selves are you, but consider the possibility that they are different yous. Number 21. Language is not merely representational, though it is that, it is also constitutive. It actually creates realities and invites identities. Saying you are so smart is very different from saying you are so thoughtful. The phrases invite different views of who I am and how a person like me behaves. In a classroom, the phrase invite others to view and interact with me differently. Language works to position people in relation to one another. For example, a teacher might position himself as the giver of knowledge in the classroom, with the students as receivers of knowledge. A classic and ubiquitous example of this is the sequence in which a teacher asks a question to which he already knows the answer. A child answers it, and the teacher announces whether or not the child is correct. Teachers can position children as competitors or collaborators, and themselves as referees, resources, or judges, or in many other arrangements. A teacher's choice of words, phrases, metaphors, and interaction sequences invokes and assumes these and other ways of being a self and of being together in the classroom. Number 22. Science is an ongoing search for truth, a perpetual struggle to discover how the universe works that goes back to the earliest civilizations. Driven by human curiosity, it has relied on reasoning, observation, and experiment. The Greek philosopher Aristotle wrote widely on natural philosophy as the predecessor to what we now call science, and laid foundations for much of the work that followed. He was a good observer of nature, but relied entirely on thought and argument and did no experiments. As a result, he got a number of things wrong. He asserted that big objects fall faster than little ones, for example, and that if one object had twice the weight of another, it would fall twice as fast. Although this is mistaken, no one doubted it until the Italian astronomer Galileo Galilei disproved the idea in 1590. While it may seem obvious today that a good scientist must rely on empirical evidence, this was not always apparent. Number 23. It is widely agreed that the global energy transition is a necessity and needs to be urgently done. However, this transition requires unprecedented efforts with massive installations, infrastructure changes, and integrations never seen before. The transformation of the global energy sector is not going to be similar to the recent advancements and transformations in sectors such as biotechnology or information and communication technologies, ICT. Even though the recent advancements in ICT have a tremendous influence on daily practices, no big physical change can be observed. There are new giant companies that have started operations in different sectors without having any physical appearance. For instance, the largest taxi service provider is currently a technology company and owns no taxi. Similarly, the largest movie and television series provider owns no physical movie theaters, but instead it uses or organizes currently available infrastructure or components via users to provide their services. On the other hand, the transition of the global energy infrastructure needs physical changes, which take time to build and install. While sectors like ICT and biotechnology reshaped daily life by operating on existing physical infrastructure, the global energy transition requires extensive physical transformation, making the transition far more gradual. Numbers 24 and 25. Sweet tastes, most obviously, mark the presence of sugars, an important source of calories. Even starchy foods such as potatoes and grains yield a hint of sweetness as we chew, because enzymes in our saliva break down the starches into sweet-tasting sugars. Umami tastes come from amino acids, in particular one called glutamate, though others contribute as well, that indicate the presence of proteins, another major class of nutrients. And our taste for salt would have helped our ancestors identify the electrolytes that were so precious and hard to find before salt shakers sat on every table. Hardly surprising, then, that we're hardwired, even as infants, to be drawn to sweet, umami, and salty tastes. But taste also warns us when we're about to eat something that might be harmful. Many toxins taste bitter, so we're hardwired to reject bitter foods. Just watch the face of a toddler who unknowingly sips from a glass of tonic water, or, for that matter, an adult who gets surprised by a bitter-tasting berry. The bitterness triggers our poison avoidance reflex, and we make a yucky face, sticking out the tongue in a reflex that pushes the threatening food out of the mouth. Similarly, we tend to reject sourness, which could signal spoilage or unripe, indigestible food. With experience and practice, however, we often learn to override that hard wiring for certain foods: coffee, hoppy beers, Brussels sprouts, sour candy. But few, if any, people like them right away. Remember your first sip of coffee? Numbers 26 through 28. It was a typical Thursday afternoon when I walked into the living room and found my 8-year-old son completely absorbed in building a model airplane instead of finishing his homework. I was upset initially because he had clearly forgotten our family's rule about completing homework before playing. I paused, deciding to understand his viewpoint first before rushing into criticism. "You're really focused on that airplane, aren't you?" I gently asked, approaching him. He looked up, hesitant but eager to explain. Dad, it's a fighter plane like Grandpa used to fly. He told me stories about flying missions and how his plane could go super fast and even fly upside down. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he talked about my father's thrilling adventures. Seeing his enthusiasm brought back vivid memories of my own childhood, nights when my father would sit beside my bed, telling stories of intense air battles and describing how his plane dived through clouds to evade enemy fire. I took a seat beside him and carefully picked up a wing of the model. Your grandpa would be proud you're interested in planes too. But remember, there's something we agreed on first, right? His expression turned thoughtful as he quietly nodded. I know, Dad. I should finish my homework first. I just got too excited about making this plane. Smiling warmly, I gently tapped his back. It's good to feel passionate about something. How about we make a deal? Finish your math first, and I'll help you finish the plane after dinner. Really? That would be awesome. He quickly set aside the model, grabbed his pencil, and returned eagerly to his homework. As I watched him concentrate, I felt a profound sense of connection, realizing once again that teaching is most powerful when it begins with understanding and shared enthusiasm. Number 1. Dear Mr. Bailey, I was present at the Music Educators Conference when your elementary school jazz ensemble performed. I was impressed to hear that out of a school population of 640, you have 580 students in your instrumental music program. This is unusual, as I'm sure you know. Given your success in engaging students in instrumental music, I would like to formally invite you to give a lecture at the upcoming Ridgewood School District Music Teachers Workshop. Our district's music educators would greatly benefit from your insights on student engagement and instructional methods. The workshop will take place on April 15th at Willow Creek Middle School. We would be happy to accommodate your schedule and discuss any arrangements needed to facilitate your participation. Please let me know your availability and any specific topics you would like to cover. I look forward to your response. Best regards, Scott Johnson, Director of Fine Arts, Ridgewood School District. Number 2. The game had resumed. Ben's heart pounded hard in his chest. His palms were sweaty as he gripped the bat and stepped toward home plate. The roaring of the crowd faded into the background, and all he heard were sounds of his own breathing. The pitcher wound up, drew his arm back, and twisted his body around. The ball flew out of his hand, and Ben watched it move toward him. He swung as hard as he could. He felt the connection between bat and ball before he heard it, a vibration that shot up his arm and into his shoulders. The ball sailed up, 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 and out. The ball disappeared over the fence. Home run! Ben ran with a giant grin. He and his teammates cheered and high-fived one another, howling with joy. Number 3. An important response to statistical illiteracy is to give the public more numbers. Patients have a right to learn how big the benefits and harms of a treatment are. Qualitative risk terms are notoriously unclear. There are attempts to standardize verbal expressions, such as the EU guideline for drug labels and packaged leaflets, where specific terms are defined for frequency intervals. However, people seem to overestimate the frequencies of side effects based on those labels. Moreover, terms such as unlikely are interpreted differently from context to context. For example, more severe side effects are estimated to occur less frequently than less severe side effects described by the same qualitative term. Patients tend to overestimate risks when disclosed verbally, and are more likely to comply if information is given numerically. For both written and verbal information, patients had a more accurate perception of risk when it was numerical as opposed to verbal. Therefore, risk should always be specified numerically. Number 4. Wall Street isn't comfortable thinking about spiritual issues. It's hard to assign a value to such things. But what Stanford business professors Jerry Porras and James Collins concluded was that the truly great companies have a sense of purpose and being a spirit, if you will, that elevates their endeavors above the pedestrian goal of merely making money. I would agree wholeheartedly. In my 19 years of studying American, Japanese, and German businesses, 11 of them on the staff of the Wall Street Journal, I can say clearly that I have yet to see an instance where that wasn't the case. People need to believe in the value of their work, and they need to feel that their employer values them. The visionary companies understand this. They have a core ideology that nurtures people, and they adhere to it. They are clock builders, the authors assert, rather than time tellers. They understand that a company must exist for a purpose and that its raison d'etre must be more than the sum of its net income statements. Number 5. A study conducted by Dr. Maria Callery tested children's understanding of astronomy concepts through a well-designed teaching intervention with 104 children aged 4 to 6 years old. This intervention, taking a social constructivist approach, presented the concept of the sphericity of the Earth and the causes of the day and night cycle, using conceptual tools, including globes and instructional videos. The design of the videos and the follow-up activities took into consideration relevant findings raised by previous studies. For example, a non-stationary sun may impose an unnecessary challenge for children of this age. Through the implementation of the intervention, children gradually realized the shape of the Earth. Children gained an understanding of the day and night cycle caused by the rotation of the Earth, as well as the movement of the Earth in the solar system. This research supports the view that astronomy concepts that are generally considered outside the realm of ability and suitability of very young children can become accessible if they are presented with tools for appropriation. Number 6. Teachers play a pivotal role in fostering language development, especially during children's formative years. Hence, understanding the critical aspects of early childhood language teaching learning can assist educators in creating effective learning environments through strategic management techniques. Hence, adopting and familiarizing themselves, teachers, with digital devices for the academic arena can positively affect children's lives. Learners also become interested in digital learning as they are intrigued by present-day technological devices, which they remain glued to. We need to acknowledge that digital pedagogy, through digital integration into classroom lessons, has become our reality in present times. It is therefore essential that teachers embrace digital technology as soon as possible to enhance young learners' language proficiency. This requires that teachers thoroughly understand how digital devices, tools, applications, and processes facilitate the acquisition of knowledge and skills that could lead to the creative and interesting delivery of language lessons in early primary classrooms. Number 7. Every digital transformation has two sides. On the one hand, advances in digital technologies promise exciting opportunities to dramatically reinvent your business, unlocking opportunities for increasing productivity, optimizing processes, and creating value. On the other hand, certain aspects of your business should hold steady: your core identity, your commitment to customers, your attentiveness to employee well-being, and more, so that you do not lose the essence of what makes your business unique. The rapid advancements in technology must not undermine the personal touch and purpose of your company. The key to the success of any digital transformation effort is knowing how to walk this fine line. If you uncritically allow technology to disrupt your company's core identity, you run the risk of coming out on the other side of your digital transformation journey completely distorted in the eyes of your employees, customers, and other stakeholders. Number 8. Percentages of respondents who either owned or used cryptocurrencies in 2020, 2022, and 2024. The above table shows the percentages of respondents in 7 selected countries who either owned or used cryptocurrencies in 2020, 2022, and 2024. In 2020, Argentina was the only country in the table with a double-digit percentage of respondents who either owned or used cryptocurrencies. In 2022, more than 10% of respondents in all of the selected countries either owned or used cryptocurrencies, with the United States recording the lowest rate, at 15%. In both Switzerland and the Netherlands, the percentage of respondents who owned or used cryptocurrencies increased from 2022 to 2024. In 2020, the percentage of respondents who owned or used cryptocurrencies in South Korea was higher than that in Australia by 3 percentage points. In both 2022 and 2024, India ranked second only to Argentina in the percentage of respondents who owned or used cryptocurrencies, recording over 20%. Number 9. Max Leroy Anderson, an American balloonist, was born in Sayre, Oklahoma on September 10, 1934. Anderson entered the Missouri Military Academy at the age of 8 and worked with his father during the summers. He obtained a pilot's license at 15 by misrepresenting his age. By the time he was 29, he owned a mining company in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Anderson began flying hot air balloons with his friend Ben Abruzzo. In September 1977, he and Abruzzo attempted a transatlantic flight in the balloon Double Eagle, but they had to land off the coast of Iceland and failed to complete the journey. In August 1978, with the addition of Larry Newman to the crew, they successfully crossed the Atlantic in Double Eagle II, landing in France. In 1980, Anderson and his son, Christian, completed the first non-stop balloon flight across North America. Tragically, Anderson died in a balloon accident in 1983. Number 10. Ethical Elephant Refuge Volunteer Program. Join us in caring for 24 endangered Asian elephants rescued from the logging and tourism industries in Thailand. You can take part in feeding, cleaning, and enrichment activities to make a real difference in the lives of these elephants. Daily volunteer activities: feeding the elephants, cleaning their enclosures, walking the elephants to the forest for natural foraging and to a pool for bathing, harvesting vegetation such as banana trees to feed the elephants. Your helping hand is needed Monday through Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Program fee: 600 Thai baht per week. Food, accommodation, and airport collection included. Requirements: you must be 18 years old or over. You must be able to speak English or Thai. You must be able to tolerate a hot and humid climate. Note: volunteers can participate for up to 12 weeks. Sign up at www.volunteerbest.com. Number 11. Build your own terrarium. Build layers for a balanced ecosystem at home. Step-by-step instructions. 1. Choose a glass container with a large opening. 2. Spread about 1 inch of sand at the bottom for drainage. 3. Add rocks and then add pebbles to fill gaps. 4. Add a layer of activated charcoal over the pebbles. 5. Add damp sphagnum moss on top. Using moss keeps the soil from falling down through the rocks and charcoal. 6. Add a few inches of soil, just enough to cover plant roots. 7. Add plants or seeds and adjust their positions. 8. Decorate with stones or crystals. 9. Spray a small amount of water over the plants. Be careful not to overwater. Now enjoy your beautiful terrarium and watch it flourish. Number 12. Advertisers like to display product features and ads to help people make the connection between brand, product, and benefits. In essence, what they are doing is creating an association that this brand of this product will yield or get you closer to this result. When we relate this concept to how we introduce ourselves or how we are introduced, it is effective to make the same connection. Your introduction should convey, for example, this person with this title is associated with this benefit. I call this association value. In a corporate or professional setting, one of the ways you can establish this is by mentioning the highest ranking official or entity that you associate yourself with in the scope of what you do. For example, phrases like, I work in conjunction with the President's office, or I work for John Smith, who serves as Secretary General for the Department of State. These are examples of using association value to raise your brand profile in an introduction. Association value helps others understand who you are directly connected to and how a relationship with you may impact results or provide an added benefit to getting wider exposure. Number 13. When people learn something superficially, they often easily assume they know everything about the topic. One hears people with only the most marginal information confidently claiming certainty about things of which they know very little. As one acquires more and more knowledge about something, and as one begins to build up genuine expertise, one learns something about how insecure our knowledge really is, and also how little we truly understand about almost anything. This is a sobering experience, and sobriety of this kind is one of the gifts of learning in depth. Realizing how little one knows is not disabling and is unlikely to cause depression and result in lack of interest in the topic. Instead, it is properly exhilarating, giving a thrilling sense of bringing knowledge into our minds in ways that recognize both what we know and what remains to be known, and perhaps also gives a sense of the mystery of knowledge too. This sense of how little we know even about what we know best generates an important sense of humility before the world of knowledge and adds to our sense of who we are and what we can hope to achieve. Number 14. Research in psychology has uncovered many ways in which we allegedly behave irrationally. For instance, our preferences are sometimes inconsistent. We may want to lose weight and also eat heaping piles of nachos. We make decisions in the heat of the moment that our better selves would wish we hadn't made. Did I really need that expensive new flat-screen TV when I can barely afford my rent? Wishful thinking, also known as optimism bias, tempts us to think bad things won't happen to us when we act in risky ways. I can smoke because cancer only affects poor and old people, not me. We are weak-willed. I tell myself that I'm not going to eat dessert after dinner, but every single time I give in to temptation when I see the chocolate cake. We lose sight of how harms add up. The harm of one tobacco cigarette is negligible, but most smokers aren't thinking about how the tens of thousands of cigarettes they smoke over a lifetime accumulate into possibly severe harms. Number 15. We have a duty to justify our superior personal holdings. A state of affairs that lacks justification, either for its being brought into being or for the failure to rectify it, is morally suspect. If Jim's answer to Jill regarding why his office should be closer to the coffee machine is just so or tough luck, then he has failed in his duty of justification to her. Suppose he instead says something like, "True, I am closer to the coffee machine, but you are closer to the kitchenette. In the larger scheme of things, the inequalities between us even out. Or suppose he says, I drink more coffee than you, Jill. I make twice as many trips to the coffee machine. I need it more. Or suppose he says, you, Jill, had the first choice of office. How can you complain now about feeling further away from the coffee machine? In these cases, I maintain he has met his duty to provide a bona fide justification. Now, that does not, of course, mean that any of these justifications is ultimately successful. But that, as I said, is beside the point for the purpose of the fundamental duty to provide a justification. Number 16. The impact of traditional media, including television, on cultures has been phenomenal. However, traditional media is generally capital-intensive and often subject to strict governmental control. As a result, traditional media is either strictly monitored or controlled by those in power under authoritarian governments. On the other hand, in democratic societies, traditional media is under the control of a handful of wealthy businessmen, as media production and delivery are costly businesses. Therefore, often what is presented is not what is important, real, or useful. Many TV and radio channels, newspapers, and journals, under the pressure of ratings, deliver what is sensational and what makes money. As a result, this type of media does not cover lives and experiences of large masses if these lives and experiences do not include sensational stories that draw the viewer's attention. This is where the internet and social media take over. Every life and story finds a place in cyberspace. Number 17. Some of the best known instincts, such as feeding or mating, or hunting or flight from danger, or the hibernation of frogs, are so essential for the survival of the individual or the propagation of the next generation that we tend to assume that all instinctive behavior has survival value. Value, that is, towards the survival of the individual or of the race. But this is an assumption, and it seems not to be borne out by actual observations of instinctive behavior, since along with the definitely useful reactions, others occur that would seem to have no survival value. Perhaps the crowing of the rooster at dawn would be a case in point, or the elaborate bowing that is observed in some kinds of birds. And there are the less definite, rather random movements of squirming, kicking, running about, wrinkling up the face, etc., that appear in young animals. We may well hesitate before definitely asserting that these movements are of no use for survival, but at least their use is not obvious, and there is no reason for assuming that all instinctive behavior must necessarily be useful. Number 18. Synchronous communication is defined as that which requires the simultaneous presence of the sender and receiver. A completely synchronous online course, therefore, would operate similarly to a traditional class, in that students would be expected to attend class at regularly scheduled times and interact with their peers at that time. This type of communication provides a more familiar format to students, which can be beneficial for students new to online learning. Also, synchronous communication offers students immediate feedback from their instructor and classmates, similar to what occurs in a face-to-face setting. Students build rapport with instructors and develop mutual trust over time when they meet physically in a real classroom. Research also suggests that synchronous discussions are often more productive than asynchronous discussions and are ideal for making decisions, planning projects, and building community among students. Number 19. Reaching certain ages and phases of life development, such as childhood, adolescence, and adulthood, is typically accompanied by substantial changes in body image and self-concept. Also, key passages in life, such as getting married or divorced, having children, being promoted, living through a critical illness, and so on, regularly bring about alterations or adjustments in the self. This is not simply reflective intelligence at work here, rationally changing according to the stories we wish to tell about ourselves as our lives unfold. Transitions like this also include changes in feelings, values, and opinions, and many of these are hard-won in the face of our own firmly held attitudes and emotional commitments. The process of change is often a struggle, a series of disruptive mini-crises, rather than a smooth, even development. Sometimes the emotional freight we carry around with us, encoded in our memories from childhood to the present, may create an inertial drag that inhibits change. But more importantly, the ballast of feeling that we have acquired through life experiences always informs and influences the direction of changes in the self. Number 20. Habits are defined to occur in stable contexts. But what is a context? Within the habit literature, contexts are most commonly treated as particular locations, situational elements, and preceding actions. Tech habits, however, are noteworthy due to their anytime, anywhere nature. Portability may produce a degree of what appears to be context independence. In many cases, it may be that the technology itself or the embedded virtual environment is the context. For example, the notification panel on a smartphone may operate as a context for interface habits. In other cases, it may be that the context is a mental state or frame of mind, in line with preceding action states, as opposed to a location or situation. For instance, the mental state of boredom may provide a context in which cues, e.g. loneliness, develop for checking the phone automatically. In this way, some tech habits are perhaps more similar to mental habits or attention habits than physical routines. Number 21. Some historians see the growing indebtedness of Roman farmers as contributing to the empire's internal instability. Farm debt can come from borrowing to provide the tools necessary to run the farm, or because farm income fails to meet the needs of the farmer's family. The low capital requirements of Roman farming suggest that farmers working the Republic's traditional small farms were having a hard time feeding themselves. Large estate owners took advantage of their distressed neighbors and bought up huge tracts of land. Contrary to the conventional wisdom that civil conflict and wars had depopulated the Roman countryside, the disappearance of small farms occurred during a period of unprecedented peace. Roman laws prohibiting the separation of agricultural slaves from the land they worked passed in response to the abandonment of the Roman countryside. Eventually, the problem became so acute that even free tenant farmers were decreed tied to the soil they plowed, and thus to the land's owners. The social arrangement between farmers, serfs, and landowning nobles established by these laws survived long after the empire collapsed. Number 22. Humans form all types of associations to objects, some conscious, others unconscious. Interferences about people are formed in this way. For example, in Tolstoy's Anna Karenina, Anna's husband is unimpressed with the lawyer who had been recommended to him until the lawyer, without looking up from his desk, suddenly snatches a housefly in midair and crushes it in his hand. Inferences of this type are often spontaneous and automatic, according to Ullman and Barg, and they are by no means confined to judgments about other people. Try comparing oranges and grapefruit on the basis of the traits of sunny versus cloudy, intimate versus distant, faster versus slower, older versus younger, and more intellectual versus less intellectual. Don't think about the task very much. Just let your mind go. Students confronted with this task frequently complain that the task is meaningless. Why should sunny attach to orange any more than to grapefruit? Yet overwhelming numbers of respondents report viewing the orange as sunnier, more intimate, and faster, the grapefruit as older and more intellectual. Number 23. The speedy withdrawal of many new investors from Asia during the region's 1997 to 98 economic crisis and its aftermath was due largely to ignorance. Other markets in the US and Europe might be volatile and go through periods of recession, but Western managers are well informed about these markets and their business cycles, and this knowledge gives them the faith to ride out the bad periods. Lacking the same experience or knowledge of Asia, the majority failed to balance the underlying strengths of the region against this serious but transitory period of crisis. Just as their view of Asia's potential had been exaggerated, so their view of the economic crisis and its implications was equally extreme. An economist at the Economist Intelligence Unit, EIU in Hong Kong, observed that where once, during the boom years, expatriate managers had often asked him to give a talk to visitors that would lower their unrealistically high business expectations. They were now trying to convince head office to stay in the region. Both positions were based on a fundamental lack of knowledge. Numbers 24 and 25. Consider the practice of negative option marketing. This practice occurs when people who accept a free product are automatically enrolled in a plan or program that carries a monthly fee, unless they explicitly opt out. Customers might, for example, receive a hotel room for free, which is nice, but as a result, they might find themselves enrolled in a program that charges them a non-trivial sum per month. The monthly charge might be mentioned quietly and obscurely, if at all, and if it is mentioned, people might be given quietly the option to opt out. Alternatively, people might be sent some kind of gift and be told that unless they return it, they will be enrolled in a program of some kind, for which they have to pay. In some cases, negative option marketing has an unfortunate effect. It exploits people's tendency toward inertia in a way that can cost them a great deal of money. Customers might not always look at the details of their monthly credit card statement, and if they see the relevant item, they might assume that all is well, and they might not cancel the plan until they have automatically paid a great deal. In this case, inertia, and apparently a kind of effort tax, are working against customers' interests, and companies are aware of that fact. In the United States, the Federal Trade Commission has expressed serious concerns about this kind of marketing, and some states have required clear disclosure so that people do not get fooled. Numbers 26 through 28. One day, early in her pregnancy, my mom was at work on her machine. She was just one dressmaker sitting in a line, just one line among lines and lines of people working in cramped and suffocating conditions. The stress of her situation got to her, and she cried while she sewed. "Why are you crying?" her boss Emma asked as she walked up to her. Emma owned the shop with her husband Joe. My mom glanced up at Emma, tears trickling down her cheeks. "I don't know what I'm going to do," she cried as more tears spilled from her eyes. "We have a baby coming and we have no money. We're not young. How will we do it?" My mom wiped her eyes on her sleeve and tried to stop her sobs. She was at work after all, and it wasn't the most comfortable place to have such a conversation. "Listen," Emma said, "I've tried all my life to have a baby and I can't. If you want, you can give it to me. I'll take it and I'll go away." Emma's words came out so fast, and my mom's stomach clenched at the thought of losing the baby inside her forever. My mom could see on her boss's face that she meant what she said. Whether my mom kept her beautiful baby that she didn't yet know how she would take care of came down to one word, either yes or no. Emma was so close to having what she had always wanted, and my mom was the person who could give it to her. At that moment, my mom came to see the pregnancy as a blessing. She realized how lucky she was and what other people would give to have the opportunity that she had been given. Amazingly, just changing her perspective and her mindset changed her entire world. I came into this world loved and wanted because my mom was able to see what she had as a blessing. This is an important life lesson for all of us. When you change your perspective, you change your life.